Chapter 161. Yigyoza was not a brainless person. It was just that when he was brainless, he was not human. When his eyes were hazy with sleep, when his mind was not awake, he suddenly saw a beauty lying on the side, her snow-white skin and beautiful face. Her clothes were half undone, her long hair spread out, and the horizontal waves flowed. She had a graceful bearing, with a beauty that could topple a country. It really made one's heart tremble. Beautiful thoughts murmured. Yigyoza was dazzled by the outline of the chest muscles. He only felt that although the lines were masculine, it did not lose its gentleness. It was like the finest mutton fat jade. It rubbed between the brocade. A little cinnabar appeared, like a red plum blossom that was about to be revealed under the snow. He instinctively reached out his hand and pressed it against the warm skin. He rubbed it lightly. Saishomaru's eyes suddenly widened. He smiled foolishly and said, "It's so big." "See cup, it's just a little hard." Saishomaru was speechless. 3 seconds later, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered came from the bedroom. Yigyoza covered his wrist and rolled down from the bed, whimpering. Unfortunately, his Jueying Sutra did not play a practical role. The dog in question was very angry. Not only did it bite him, it even left with a black face. It didn't even close the door. "Saishomaru, come back here." Yigyoza looked at the 2 rows of teeth marks on his wrist and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Tell me, do I need to get a vaccine if I'm bitten by a dog demon? This damn dog. Didn't he just touch her chest? What the hell was a man fussing about? At most, he would let him touch it back, right? What kind of operation was turning into a dog biting someone just because of a disagreement? Damn it, it hurts." Yigyoza used the ultimate move of chirping in the sky to call his friends and dogs, attracting dog 1, 2, 3, and 3 who had been locked outside last night. Seeing the owner's sad face, the dogs' hearts trembled, and they could not help but fall into deep thought. Which expert had the means to make the owner cry? Why not stay behind to learn from each other and let them learn? As it turns out, you are still a feeder. Conical Zero truly felt that ever since he met Yigyoza, his worldview had been constantly being refreshed. Sometimes, even his thoughts would be led astray. For example, this guy had blocked his dormitory door early in the morning, raised his wrist with 2 rows of teeth marks, and pierced his ear with a demonic cry. He was very nervous, thinking that she had been attacked by a vampire. He was about to take out the rose spear to help her vent her anger, but he never expected, "Conical Zero, can you help me suck the blood out?" Yigyoza cried like a storm. "I was bitten by a dog demon. I don't know if the vaccine will work. I can only ask for your help. Please help me suck out the rabies virus." Conical Zero. She was encouraging him to take drugs? With a straight face, he dropped the rose spear in his hand and aimed at her wrist. "It's useless. Cripple it." Yigyoza. What happened to the male lead being kind-hearted and caring for his friends? Conical Zero. "I'm not hiding anything. I'm just sacrificing my life for righteousness. I want you to try the guidelines for vampire reemployment." Conical Zero. Guidelines for vampire reemployment? What is this? Yigyoza's face was solemn as he sold it. Modern society is developing at a rapid pace. Under the premise of the general trend of human society, if vampires don't change themselves, they will be eliminated by the world. Conical Zero shook the spear. "Get to the point. Make it simple. Make it simple." Yigyoza. "Heh, brat. You'll be dead when you put down the spear. Vampires' food is human blood. They can endure it if they don't eat it for a day, but after a year, 2 years, or even 100 years, it's hard to guarantee that they won't go crazy." Yigyoza continued, "I know vampires rely on blood to alleviate their hunger, but it's like the difference between a proper meal and a snack. If they only eat snacks without eating, their desire to eat will only be stronger." Conical Zero frowned and tacitly agreed with her. "There's an idea that has been lingering in my mind for a long time. Conical Zero." Yigyoza stared into his eyes. "I want you to change and realize it. The diet of vampires can't be changed, but they can change the way they integrate into society. There's actually no need for humans and vampires to fight to the death. Vampires treat humans as a food bank, and humans can also treat vampires as their pets. The global population is billions. Assuming that every adult contributes 200 cubic centimeters of blood, it's enough to feed a small number of vampires. Conical Zero looked at her blankly and seemed to understand what she meant. You mean, the blood bags have a price tag so that vampires can exchange for it through labor? Ichiza pressed on the bite mark and said unhurriedly, humans work during the day and have to rest at night. Vampires don't go out during the day, and the night is the beginning of the day. Don't you think so? This complementary time is the reason why they exist in this world. Human life is fragile and short. They can't complete a century-spanning experiment, and they can't engage in dangerous work for a long time. They can't even preserve their thoughts and works because of natural and man-made disasters. But vampires can. Conical Zero's body trembled slightly as he held the gun. They live for a long time, are knowledgeable, and have strong physical strength. Even if they're seriously injured, they can heal. They're suitable for century-spanning experiments. They can distinguish between good and evil, beauty and ugliness from blood with their sensitive taste buds. They can even easily climb 18 floors to clean the windows. Even if they accidentally fall, it's not a big deal. They can do many things that humans can't. They're not evil and superfluous existences. And Kurojo Gakuin's attempt is just the beginning. It's not a heresy. I can understand the philosophy of your adoptive father, the Black Lord Huiyen. Ichiza stared at him with a firm gaze. If you can become the bridge between them, accept them, integrate with them, and guide them, when humans recognize vampires, and when vampires recognize humans, they'll complement each other and coexist with each other. Then, after 100 years, the two races will become true brothers. They're both humans, but their eating habits are different. Conical Zero stared at her, opened his mouth, and said dryly, "Why me? It's simple. You're a vampire, but you have humanity." Ichiza didn't shy away. There's no more suitable candidate than you. You're the most authoritative existence when it comes to humans and vampires. No one wants to fall into eternal darkness, not even vampires. When there's a fixed and sufficient source of food, who would want to hunt for food at the risk of being killed? In fact, vampires will even form their own guards to eliminate their own kind that don't follow the rules. When humans have a deep understanding of vampires, no one will be afraid of them. Who knows, they might even work together to develop an anti-venom against the bites of purebloods. It's like getting a rabies vaccine after being bitten by a dog. If this dream can be realized, no one will repeat your mistakes. Perhaps with the development of time, even if you're bitten by a pureblood, it'll just be a matter of an injection. Ichiza outlined a grand blueprint that he'd never seen before. The sharpness and confidence in her words made Conical Zero believe in this distant possibility. He let go of the rose lance in his hand and murmured, "You're too crazy. This is too crazy. It's a waste of one's youth if one isn't frivolous." Ichiza quietly withdrew his hand from the rose lance. "How will we know if it'll work if we don't try? The world of vampires is a hierarchical society. Idiot. Isn't the level a stupid rule made by the strong?" Ichiza's face was full of disdain. "If you're strong enough, who cares what level ABCD is, they'll kneel before you. Purebloods can control low-level vampires. It's just a band-tightening spell. What are you saying? There are only a few purebloods. Don't be afraid, just do it. They have a strong background. How is it possible? Idiot. Let me tell you. My real identity is the werewolf young master, Leonardo Retien. Don't worry. As long as you do it, the entire werewolf clan will support you." Werewolf clan. Conical Zero's mouth twitched. "You're raising dogs. Also, what kind of name is Leonardo Retien? After thousands of years of evolution, in order to better integrate into human society, we turned into dogs." Ichiza replied seriously, "They're just a little like dogs, but they're actually wolves." Conical Zero was speechless. "My head is starting to hurt again. Conical Zero. For the sake of the advancement of humans and vampires, for the advancement of vampires and werewolves, are you really not going to help me take a whiff of the rabies virus?" Conical Zero was speechless. Why did he come back to this topic after going around in circles? Let's try it out first. Take a whiff and see if you can get anything out of it. If you succeed, you'll be an outstanding blood appraiser in the future. Zhue Shengling firmly refused. No. Yi Jiuze maintained his smile and grabbed his wrist, immediately equipping it with the wind from Mount Wu. The rabies virus in my body is stirring, so? Chapter 162. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, people fly. Yi Jiuze swung conical zero and used the hidden sword of higher, faster, stronger to raise his spirit. He threw him out from the end of the long corridor. At that moment, the young man's tall body was as light as a swallow. He suddenly rose from the ground and soared 90,000 miles. At this second, the young girl's bright and beautiful figure was like a flower. She suddenly leaned forward and escaped to the 18 levels of hell. Their eyes met. There seemed to be thousands of words to say. Their hands separated, like a peacock turning away from the southeast. A moment of farewell, a moment of regret, a blink of an eye of tragedy. Conical Zero went up to the sky. He smashed into the girl's bathhouse in the daytime department with the standard routine of Long Outyin's novel. Yi Jiuze fell to the ground. He fell to the ground with the standard routine of Yi Liangqin's novel. It was too late to regret now. Yi Jiuze turned over and covered his nose. Blood flowed out as he cried. A tofu dregs project really couldn't afford to be hurt. Who knew that the railing was as brittle as glass? Yi Jiuze raised his eyes. He cast a disdainful gaze at the railing that was half-hanging. Didn't they say that the railing in Kurojo Gakuen was made of special materials? Why was it so fragile? Could it be a fake product? However, he didn't know how the half of the railing became a spirit. It was as if he had received Yi Jiuze's mockery. It actually swayed slightly in the wind. The whole thing fell down. Yi Jiuze was speechless. With a bang sound, Yi Jiuze's eyes turned black. He felt like his head wasn't his own anymore. He opened his mouth slightly, and a white soul slowly floated out. Critical hit damage 250%. Effect hit rate 250%. As expected, the only person in this world who could defeat him was himself equals. Yuheim was about to put on her clothes and leave when she suddenly heard the call for help from the hot spring. She jumped into the water and fished it out. It was a handsome guy. Yuheim was speechless. That's too much. It's actually Lord Conical Growth. Why would he fall into the female soup? Could it be that he was peeping from the outside? I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. I always thought that Lord Zero was different from the others. Lord Ling is different from the others. His abs are so well developed. I saw it. I remember Yi Jun said something about youth being ridiculous. I won't betray you. A full night at 800 yuan? Everyone, in. Being able to be seen naked by an outstanding man like Lord Conical Growth also means that we are very charming. I suddenly feel that it's not bad. If I can't have a wonderful night with Lord Conical Growth, it seems like a good experience. Yuheim was speechless. Conical Zero. Was it because the world was evolving too fast that they couldn't keep up? Wait, why did their eyes suddenly look like wolves? Conical Zero got up from the hot spring, his face slightly red. He could only watch helplessly as his limited space of activity was surrounded by a group of girls wrapped in bath towels. You guys go away. Don't come over. Everyone move back a little. Yuheim's shouts were drowned out by the girls' discussion. Lord Conical Growth is blushing? Why didn't I know he was so cute before? Lord Conical Growth is such a shy person. Lord Conical Growth's body is really good. It's all wet now. In this era, men's and women's charms were equally attractive to people's eyes. Conical Zero usually kept a straight face and kept people at arm's length. Who would have thought that he had such a pure side in private? That slightly flustered little eyes, that lean and strong body, that beautiful pale and red neck. It was very beautiful, like an angry cat. The girls were very sensitive. They could clearly feel Zhue Xingling's nervousness and helplessness. Their discipline inspection officer was actually much more fun than the nightclub's cowherd troupe. Why didn't they realize this before? Conical Zero would never have thought that the first step to a successful man to conquer the world was to sell his body. As the woman behind the male protagonist, Yi Jiuze would never admit defeat. He wiped away the blood from his nose, rubbed the bruises on his forehead, and staggered forward. He decided to rely on himself and go to the hospital to get a vaccine first. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. His blood was too delicious and attracted the nightclub's level. B123. When the two sides met, Yi Jioza's eyes lit up. It's you guys. Bang Bang Duck. Lan Tanging frowned, looking impatient. Don't keep saying vampire, werewolf, it's very rude. Oh, sorry. Yi Jioza immediately corrected himself. Then, what about Bang Bang Duck? Lan Tangying's face was stiff. I told you not to call me vampire. Is it great that you're a werewolf? Of course it's great. All I have to do is shout here, and a wave of dogs will step on you and turn you into a biscuit. When it came to bickering, Yi Jioza swore that he was the only one who could beat him. A cloud-piercing arrow, and tens of thousands of dogs will come to meet me. Do you believe that I won't let them surround your moon hut and pee in a circle to mark their territory? All the vampires were speechless. They couldn't win against him at all. After all, as nobles, they couldn't do something like having a group of vampires surround someone's dormitory to pee. Seeing that the ducks didn't look good, Yi Jioza seized the initiative and changed the topic. You guys are looking for me because of the smell of blood, right? The vampires of the nightclub looked at each other and nodded. The discipline committee's dormitory is close to the nightclub. This is the first time we've smelled such a strong smell of blood in the nightclub's territory. So, we came out to see the situation. Jia Yuanshao said slowly, dormitory leader Jilan isn't here, and vice dormitory leader Ichin isn't here either. For now, we're the ones who will be intimidating the vampires of the nightclub. Your blood has drifted to the moon hut and caused a disturbance. Yi Jioza was a little confused. It's just a little nosebleed. How could the situation be so serious? Not all vampires are suitable for blood precipitation, Jia Yuanshao said helplessly. Jia Yuanshao said helplessly, just like Jue Shangling, he couldn't accept the blood coagulant and could only endure the hunger. Smelling blood in a starving state. You should understand. Please leave the nightclub's territory as soon as possible. Yi Jioza didn't say anything. He realized that if he didn't speed up the training of Conical Zero and didn't promote peace between the two sides, then sooner or later, the conflict between humans and vampires would explode out of control. When that time comes, Conical Zero would have to live in the cracks and be in a bad situation. Oh right, before I leave, there's one more thing. Yi Jioza slowly raised his hand, his eyes serious. Do you want to suck blood? As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the vampires suddenly turned red. You're playing with fire, woman. Not only do I play with fire, I also like to play with water, Yi Jioza said very honestly. Do you see the bite marks on my hand? I was just bitten by a dog demon, a playful mutated wolf. You can suck blood, but can you suck out the rabies virus for me? The vampires. You're still playing with fire, woman equals. Yi Jioza felt that the heavens were unfair. He just wanted to go to the hospital for an injection, but along the way, he encountered many twists and turns. After swinging Conical Zero and forcing Bang Bang Duck to retreat, he was almost at the door. He actually met a young man who looked exactly like the male protagonist. The same figure, hair color, eyes, face, voice, movements, clothes, and habits. Even the curve of his head and the focused posture in his eyes were almost 100% similar. He turned his head and imitated Conical Zero's indifference, looking at him. I didn't expect to meet you. Let's go together. Yi Jioza. If not for the fact that he was sure that Conical Zero was already in heaven, he really would have been fooled. Then the problem was, this child looked so much like the male protagonist. Could it be that he wanted to steal the male protagonist's opportunity? The king of 10,000 dogs would never let the enemy's evil plan succeed. Whether he went to Thailand to change his sex or Korea to get plastic surgery, he could not fool his fiery eyes. He was a respected white-bearded grandpa, the male protagonist's cheat. How could he not see through a mere disguise? Let's go together. Yi Jioza put on full acting, holding the other's hand and said gently, Conical Zero, let's go. Let's go to a good place full of memories. Conical Growth wanted to refuse, but he was afraid of arousing the other party's suspicion, so he nodded. He wanted to see what kind of sweet memories this woman and his brother had. Unexpectedly, as they walked, they came to a small park with beautiful scenery. The path was winding, the forest was lush, and there was a huge stone sculpture faintly visible, revealing the neat lines of the uncanny workmanship as well as the profound abstract style of the painting. Butterflies danced, squirrels chased, the pool sparkled, and swans preened their feathers. Rather than calling it a park, it would be better to call it a forest. It was a cast of the refinement of human civilization and the roughness of nature, elegant, sharp, exquisite, and perfect. It was indeed a good place for a date. Conical Growth looked at Ichioza without batting an eyelid. Although the girl in front of him was a little disheveled with makeup, she was really beautiful, and this disheveled appearance was a messy beauty. She looked back and smiled charmingly, raising her claws to scratch the ahogue. Zhue Sheng was speechless. Conical Zero, wait for me. I'll find you your favorite. Ichioza ran to the side of the pool cheerfully, picked up the neck of a white swan without saying anything, and ran back, huffing and puffing. Conical Growth's face gradually turned green. What are you doing? Ichioza skillfully rubbed the neck of the goose, and after a series of quacking sounds, he handed the goose that belonged to Wei Manxia to Conical Growth. His eyes were filled with gentleness that said, "Mommy loves you. This is the neck of the goose that you love to suck. You once told me that you want to suck swan blood every day." Zhue Sheng was speechless. When did Conical Zero's taste become so bad? No, this was not right. This goose's neck, should he suck it or not? Conical Zero, you're too much. I traveled thousands of miles to get this goose for you, and you actually don't want to suck it? Ichioza looked up, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. You're such an ingrate, I'd better kill you. Zhue Sheng was speechless. Kill him if he didn't suck it? He didn't expect that Conical Zero's life was actually in deep water and suffering. He didn't say anything, just stood stiffly on the spot, and reached out to take the white swan whose wings were flapping wildly. Under Ichioza's expectant gaze, Conical Growth trembled as he rubbed the neck of the goose and brought it to his mouth. He took a deep breath, wanting to cheer himself up, but unexpectedly, a warm smell of the goose rushed into his nose. Zhue Sheng was speechless. He said with a twisted face, "You've troubled yourself? It's what I should do. I have no complaints or regrets for you." Ichioza was touched by himself. Eat quickly, don't starve. Actually, I'm not hungry. I'm asking you if you want to eat, huh? Conical Growth opened his mouth, bit the neck of the white swan, and increased his strength. Under the threat of death, the white swan struggled with all its might, flapped its wings, and slapped Conical Growth several times. Ichioza added fuel to the fire. Are you so hungry that you don't have the strength to bite its neck? Such a disgusting thing, and he still had to bite it? Conical Growth made up his mind. He swore that if Conical Zero could do it, he would definitely do it. So he closed his upper and lower rows of teeth and pierced the white swan's flesh. The next second, blood full of foul smell rushed into his mouth, flowed over his tongue, and poured into his throat. Is it as delicious as always? Conical Growth was moved to tears. Delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. The white swan's struggle gradually weakened. Just as Ichioza was about to take the swan and keep it alive to achieve sustainable development, he saw Ichijo Takuma with a servant looking at them in shock. What are you doing? Conical Growth, whose face was covered in blood, turned to Ichijo Takuma with a stiff neck. Ichijo Takuma was speechless. That was too scary. A human was actually sucking a goose. Ichioza's face instantly cracked. Oh shit. What if the owner found out that he stole someone's white swan? He turned to look at the half-dead white swan in Conical Growth's mouth. It was better to die than to die. The legendary werewolf? Ichijo Takuma looked at Ichioza, and he had a deep impression of her. In his life as a ghost, she was the only woman who refused his invitation to dance. Very good. She successfully attracted his attention and stabilized his hatred. Ichijo Takuma smiled. Leonardo Retien, right? What are you doing in the Ichijo family's private park? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for torturing my swan like this? Ichioza snatched the goose, threw it on the ground, and grabbed Conical Growth. I was just looking for something to eat for Conical Zero. Ichijo Takuma was speechless. With all due respect, vampires are not vegetarians. Ichijo Takuma smiled. As for the one beside you, he is not Conical Zero at all. Although he looks similar, he is just a human. Ichioza's soul was shaken as if he had suffered a great injury. What? You are not Conical Zero? Then who are you? Conical Growth's eyes were cold. Heh, I didn't expect to be exposed. He stared at Ichijo Takuma with hostility. Canon Hikarakura Sama had instructed him to get close to Ichioza and figure out her strength and influence. He did not expect that because of Ichijo Takuma, all his plans would fail. How annoying. You lied to me. Ichioza shouted, not giving anyone a chance to speak. You used despicable means to deceive a pig girl's heart. Everyone was speechless. You even used despicable means to trick me into slaying a goose, someone else's goose. Ichioza screamed hoarsely. You hurt me, and you hurt the goose. Do you think you can just let it go? Let me tell you, impossible. Ichioza said righteously. Ichijo Takuma was shocked. This is the culprit. He sucked your goose. Ask him for the $100,000. Ichioza said angrily. My heart is in pain and I'm depressed. I need to go to the hospital for treatment. I won't keep you company. Ichioza did not give them a chance to react. He flew up into the sky. Ichijo Takuma was speechless. Conical Growth the Wisp was speechless. They looked at each other, speechless. The goose kept flapping by their feet. The goose said, quack, 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 quack. In less than 5 seconds, Ichioza turned back and landed next to them, panting. Just as they were wondering why she returned, they saw Ichioza pick up the goose on the ground with a serious face. Ask him for the $100,000. I'll take this goose with me. Maybe it can be saved. After saying this, she stepped on the Taichi again and left, floating like a fairy. In the sky, the frightened calls of geese could be heard continuously. Ichijo Takuma was speechless. Conical Growth the Wisp was speechless. They looked at each other. There were only a few feathers flying by their feet and the faint smell of goose. Soon after, they fell into deep thought at the same time. Then the question was, how did she know that a white swan was worth $100,000? Ichioza carried the goose into a huasya restaurant. After a long time, he walked out with grease dripping from his mouth and half a fan of goose meat in his hand. He burped, rubbed his round belly, and happily went to the hospital. He was the one who caught the goose. But he did not suck the goose's blood. Since the other party had the guts to pretend to be the male lead to deceive him, she should pay for the goose meat on his behalf. Finally, he could get the rabies vaccine. His life was safe. Ichioza swaggered into the hospital, registered for consultation, and finally walked into the room at the end of the corridor. The beautiful nurse held the needle, raised a sweet smile, and fixed her eyes on Ichioza's neck. You smell so good. Ichioza laughed. You too. He pulled down a small part of his pants, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. He turned his back to her. Miss, be gentle with the needle. I'm afraid of pain. The nurse held the needle and slowly approached him. Her black eyes were dyed with an ominous crimson, and sharp fangs appeared at the corner of her lips. Miss? Ichioza felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and was about to urge the nurse. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a zombie face with scarlet eyes, sunken cheeks, rough skin, and long fangs. Ichioza was speechless. What did I do wrong? Why are you scaring me like this? I'm still a baby. Ah, ghost. Ichioza screamed, and his beautiful face turned pale. Ghost. In the face of the lowest level of vampires. In the battle of level E, werewolves were the first to lose face. When the nurse roared and pounced at Ichioza, the latter instinctively raised his foot and kicked the nurse's voluptuous chest. Because of the great force and accurate direction, there was only a poof sound, and 2 chest pads as thick as bricks popped out of the nurse's collar, fell straight to the ground, and rolled 3 times. Ichioza was speechless. The female nurse was speechless. The room suddenly fell into a strange and awkward silence. Fuck. Fake breasts. Yigioza looked at her in shock. He saw that the nurse's originally tight nurse uniform had become loose, and the nurse's forcibly enlarged chest had shriveled. The bra fell off, and it rested on the navel through the clothes. Even Bang Bang Duck can't live without silicone these days. Roar. It was proven that, whether it was a woman or a female vampire, as long as they lost face, they could not wait to kill everyone who saw this dark history. The nurse screamed and pounced at Yigioza, clawing and scratching at an extremely fast speed. However, Yigioza was far from an ordinary person. He picked up the chest pads on the ground and stuffed them into the nurse's mouth without hesitation. He reached for the pot lid in his backpack and lifted a standard, flying shield. With a flash of red and black light, the nurse turned into a pile of flying ash, fluttering on the ground. Yigioza gasped and fell beside the table. Looking at the nurse uniform and underwear on the ground, he felt complicated. He did not expect that even vampires like to wear thongs. Yigioza never expected that his life would be so difficult just because he wanted to go out and get a rabies vaccine. He could have lived a very happy life, but this fucking life had harmed him. The fight in the hospital attracted bystanders. When they saw the pile of ash and the nurse uniform on the ground, the bystanders who did not know the truth sent him to the police station. Have mercy. Where's the most basic sympathy between people? He just wanted to get a vaccine in peace. In the police station, Yigioza caught a glimpse of the rule of law and democracy outside the recording room. It was still the familiar dog face and familiar fur. Other than the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi being fatter, there seemed to be no other changes. They left with the police officers and seemed to have some mission. In a trance, Yigioza thought of the civilization that danced with criminals. I wonder what happened to it? There was no news after it was taken away. Could it be that it was stewed into a hot pot? The rigid and cold questioning of the police came into his ears. Yigioza wanted to cry but had no tears. What I said is the truth. She is a vampire and wanted to kill me. If I did not resist, would I have waited for death? What? Vampires don't exist? I'm telling you, if you come with me right now, I can find a bunch for you. Vampires are legends? Come on, please explain to me. How did I turn a living person into ashes? The fierce debate was endless. Yigioza was helpless. He really had no way to make this group of materialists accept this world that could not be determined by common sense. At this moment, the sun slowly set in the west, and night gradually fell. Yigioza leaned against the chair. The bite mark on his wrist was a little painful, and it also emitted a burning heat. He opened his mouth to repeat the words, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He could indeed take out items from the backpack to scare people, but he should not show his wealth. He could also hold the hilt of the sword and show off his skills, but it was hard to guess people's hearts. Before he found the key boss of this world, he did not want to provoke the ambitions, jealousy, and greed of humans. He was really at his wit's end. What should he do to make them believe that vampires really existed in this world? What should he say to convince them that many vampires only wanted a full meal from humans? He did not know how to explain it to them so that they would react. He really wanted to get a rabies vaccine. The bite mark burned again. Yigioza glanced at it and saw that it seemed to be shining. Yigioza was speechless. Was Saishomaru's dog teeth coated with fluorescent powder? Not long after, the development of the situation told Yigioza that Saishomaru's dog teeth were not coated with fluorescent powder, but his teeth marks landed on Yigioza's body, leaving behind the scent of a large carnivore that had locked onto its target. Because of a bite mark, Yigioza became the prey marked by the big demon. It was already late at night, and the big demon was hungry. He was shocked to find that the target prey had disappeared, so he naturally wanted to search for it. Saishomaru sniffed the escaping smell in the air, and his velvet tail rose into the sky, flying in the direction of the police station. However, Saishomaru did not expect that the human police station was a very troublesome place. Not only was it difficult to get in, but it was also difficult to get out. Saishomaru had lived for more than 400 years, and there was really no place he could not go. He had even broken into the territory of the big demon deep in the mountains, so a small police station was nothing. He did not want to cause a dispute, so he pretended to be an ordinary person to enter. However, the procedures were complicated, and everyone tried to stop him. In a rage, his face turned cold, and the violent temper of a big demon completely came out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he removed his disguise, turned into a dazzling white light, and rose into the sky, turning into his original appearance. His silver hair fluttered, and his golden eyes were slightly cold. He looked at the human below as if he was looking at a dead thing and said, "Human, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." What was that? Was it a human? No, it was not. Humans could not float, and they could not fly. If he was not a human, then what was he? How could this be? The white light followed the scent into the record room, and the soft velvet tail wrapped around Ijuza, taking him away from this foul place. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and with a strong wind, the suspect disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a hair. They rushed out to look for him, but found their colleagues staring at the sky in a daze. After a long silence, they, who had been shattered and reorganized their worldview, found the record made for Ijuza. Vampires? Vampires really existed? No, they must exist. High up in the sky, in the strong wind, Ijuza curled up in the velvet tail, rubbed the high-end fur with satisfaction and sighed, "Saishomaru, take me to the hospital." Saishomaru tilted his head and looked at her. For humans, being bitten by a dog can cause rabies. Ijuza said seriously, and for rabies, there is currently no special medicine to treat it. Once you get it, you can only wait for death. You bit me early in the morning, so I have to go and get an injection before 24 hours have passed. Otherwise, I'll get cold. Saishomaru was silent for a while, and said with few words, "A dog demon is not a dog. That's like a white horse is not a horse." Ijuza twitched the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, how high is the incidence of being bitten by you? Saishomaru had always been a dog demon, and biting was the most basic skill of a dog demon. "Those I've bitten," Saishomaru recalled, "except for Inuyasha and you, they're all dead." When he turned into a giant dog and bit his opponents, almost no one could survive. Whether it was his fangs or saliva, they were all filled with poison that was difficult for a dog demon to detoxify. In front of his father's grave, he bit Inuyasha. If not for his father's blood flowing in Inuyasha's body, he would have died a long time ago. And this morning, he bit Ijuza. This was the first time he suppressed the injection of poison when he attacked, and only left his own scent. Saishomaru did not say much, but he did not know that the extent of his half-knowledge was even more terrifying. What did he mean by "those I've bitten, except for you and Inuyasha, are all dead"? No, he could not die yet. Ijuza was instantly horrified. He frantically requested to land next to the nearest clinic and hurriedly rushed in. "Doctor, give me half a kilo of rabies vaccine, the freshest." Chapter 163. Ijuza swore he really just wanted to get a vaccine to save his life. Why did the heavens never let him get what he wanted? Could it be? Was this the legendary "the heavens were jealous of a beauty"? He rushed into the clinic in a hurry. It was a torment. Just as the doctor finally took out the needle and he was so touched that he lifted the corner of his shirt, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like the cold wind in Siberia. "Extremely cold dash, what are you doing?" Saishomaru's golden eyes were dark as he stared straight at Ijuza, who had lifted the corner of his shirt with one hand and pressed down on the waist of his pants with the other. Her long hair poured down. Her eyes were confused. Her upper body leaned forward slightly, and her buttocks were slightly raised, bending in a beautiful arc. A young doctor in a white coat held a needle and leaned close to her body, staring at that piece of skin. Ijuza's hand slid down and was about to pull down his pants. "Injection?" Saishomaru's hand suddenly stopped her. "Injection? Just send the needle to your butt, and it's over." Ijuza broke free from his hand. "Don't worry. This isn't murder, it's just an injection." Saishomaru's thin lips pursed slightly. "Must I have an injection? If I don't, won't I die?" Ijuza waved his hand. "Wait for 30 seconds. It's really okay. Don't make a fuss, you'll soon find out. An injection is just that. As he said that, Igyoza pulled down his pants, revealing a small piece of sparkling skin. The doctor held the needle and bent down. He held the alcohol cotton and was about to wipe the target spot. Saishomaru reached out and slapped the doctor's alcohol cotton away. He firmly grabbed his right hand that was holding the needle. The doctor's face was wooden. "I'm just asking if you want to do it or not." "Fuck, what are you doing?" Igyoza was dumbfounded. He quickly turned around and pulled Saishomaru's sleeve. "You're making a scene. Don't let go of me. He really didn't hurt me. He just gave me an injection. Tidy up your clothes." Saishomaru's face was cold. "Leave this place. Just an injection." Igyoza didn't understand why his wet nurse was so serious. "Doctor, just insert the tube into my body and inject the liquid. It's just a little blood on the butt. It's no big deal." Saishomaru still didn't say anything, but the strength of his hands increased. The doctor, who had been silent all this time, could not take it anymore. He struggled with all his might. "You're delaying the patient's treatment. Let go." Igyoza stepped forward to help. "Saishomaru, please let go. A human can't handle your strength." Hey, don't." After a few tugs, Saishomaru suddenly let go. The doctor staggered a few steps back, accidentally slipped, and fell forward in a daze. The sharp needle drew a long, bright light in the air and was inserted into Igyoza's buttocks. It was inserted very, very deeply. It was actually twisted by the muscles inside and stuck in the most painful and sensitive part. As the doctor fell to the ground, the needle and the infusion tube suddenly separated. The bright liquid flowed all over the ground, but the deadly weapon was stabbed into the flesh. Because the needle was in a hollow state, a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the needle and instantly stained Igyoza's underwear. Igyoza was speechless. He foolishly wiped his buttocks with his hand and wiped his buttocks with blood. He looked at the needle in hindsight and found that there was an indescribable pain coming from his nerve endings. "Ouch!" He screamed and fell into Saishomaru's arms. "Murder! It fucking hurts so much." Igyoza wailed and was picked up by Saishomaru. He was about to fly away. However, Igyoza shouted, "Wait, the posture is wrong. Carry me. The needle is pointing up. It's going to flow out again." Saishomaru was speechless. He was silent for a long time before he reached out and lifted Igyoza up, forcing her to hit the armor on his left shoulder. There were sharp spikes on the armor. Igyoza screamed and almost vomited blood. "Fuck. It's poking my stomach. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why are you doing this to me?" Saishomaru said, "Be quiet, then be gentler." "Shut up. It hurts. Doctor, this terrible conversation. The clinic will not accept couples in the future. It's a disservice to singles." On the other side, Igyoza walked further and further away. However, he never expected that he would be sent to the gynecology department in his bloody state. Igyoza was speechless as he shed tears of despair. Who would have known that his original intention was to get a rabies vaccine? Kowloon plum soil was not a lollipop duck that would resign itself to fate. Even if he was caught by humans because of a mistake, he would not make the same mistake again. He recovered his strength and used the lollipop duck's unique skill, kicking movement, to flip over the wall, stretching movement, to dodge the hunter's bullets, jumping movement, to jump over the duck farm, and tidying movement, to knock down a bunch of people. Due to the previous two painful lessons, Kowloon plum soil was still traumatized by the idea of drinking human blood. Therefore, the hunters who were lying on the ground thought that they would not be able to escape death. However, they realized that this pure breed, was he a vegetarian? There was a pool of blood on the ground, and they could not fight back at all. They could only wait to be slaughtered. They did not expect the lollipop to just look at them deeply and leave. His gaze before he left was filled with deep helplessness and sorrow. The hunters were speechless. They had never seen a lollipop duck with such a good mentality. It had been starving for 4 to 5 days, yet it still did not drink blood. This gaze seemed to be expressing the deep estrangement between the two races and the sorrow of being unable to be accommodated. The hunter's imagination successfully gave Kowloon plum soil a chance to escape. He escaped into the deep mountains and forests. Taking advantage of the dark night and the whistling cold wind, he dashed forward quickly, dashed forward. He could smell it. It was the scent of freedom. He would return to the world of vampires and become a lord, a king, a supreme existence. Kowloon Plum Soil was like a wild monkey released into the forest. He stood on a tall and thick tree branch with his arms wide open, laughing loudly. What he didn't know was that not far behind him, two dogs were quickly approaching him. At that time, when Yigyoza had just been sent to the police station, Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi had been assigned a task. It was said that they were to help the Hunters Association track down a thief who had escaped from the organization. However, when Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi led a team of hunters to the scene, they saw that the ground was covered with defeated vampire hunters. The two dogs pondered for a moment and understood that this was not a simple matter. Tibetan Mastiff took the lead and followed the scent of the thief. He was as fast as a gust of wind. Corgi followed closely behind, his four short legs kicking at a high frequency, digging the ground like a digger. Tibetan Mastiff led the way, Corgi followed the scent of Tibetan Mastiff, and the humans followed Corgi's footprints. They formed a long line and went deep into the forest. 15 minutes later, Tibetan Mastiff saw Kowloon Plum Soil on a tree branch. Uchiha Madara was speechless. He did not speak, but quietly walked to the side of the tree and silently formed the prototype of a Susanoo. He stretched out a blue arm and smashed it hard and fast on the tree trunk. In an instant, the giant tree shook, and even Kowloon Plum Soil's body shook. He staggered a few steps, lost his sense of balance, and directly fell from the tree branch. However, as a vampire, Kowloon Plum Soil's elegance as a pureblood was ingrained in his bones. He suddenly somersaulted, bent his body, and slowly straightened his legs. When he was about to land perfectly, he saw a big blue palm coming from the sky. It was as if it was swatting a fly. It threw him into the mud and slapped him a few more times. Kowloon Plum Soil was speechless. He was embedded in the soil, awkwardly looking up at the Tibetan Mastiff 10 meters away. His blood pressure rose, and he spat out a mouthful of mud. Why? After he suffered at the hands of a woman and a child, even a dog could bully him? Since when did purebloods degenerate to such an extent? Uchiha Madara withdrew the Susanoo, walked forward slowly, raised his paw, and once again pressed Kowloon Plum Soil's head into the soil. To be honest, since he changed to a new world, he had no chance to show his skills at all. He was really anxious. It was not easy to catch someone who seemed to have a little courage, but he did not expect him to be so weak. The prey was not obedient enough and struggled a little. He thought about it, raised his hind paw, and scooped up the soil as if he was burying shit, covering Kowloon Plum Soil little by little. Idagawa Corgi finally arrived. In order to ensure the quality of the dog food, and also because of the awakening of the soul of justice, he jumped onto Kowloon Plum Soil's back with a howl and fiercely trampled on it. Kowloon Plum Soil was speechless. Why did he have to bear the pain that he should not have to bear at this age? However, Idagawa Corgi was honest and careful. He actually stopped trampling, turned his surprised dog face, and looked at the Tibetan Mastiff. Do you smell it? Uchiha Madara. What? This guy still has the owner's smell on him. Uchiha Madara was speechless. I've smelled it before. In the summer when there are the most mosquitoes, she smears it on her arms and legs. This is the smell. The two dogs suddenly became serious. Chapter 164. Yigyoza really felt that. Nannies were the group with the most coquettish brain circuits in the world. Be reasonable. It's fine if you throw my dog, but at least don't throw me. It's fine if you throw me, but at least don't bite me. It's fine if you bite me, but at least let me get an injection. You don't even give me an injection. This is hegemonism. That was amazing. The lid of Marx's coffin couldn't hold on any longer. Even if he was sent to the hospital in the end, the misunderstanding would be huge. As a weak woman, he was a weak woman. He was forcefully sent to the obstetrics and gynecology department for a retarded abortion. His pants were full of blood. It scared the doctors. They were as if they were facing a great enemy. They turned over the salted Yigyoza, who was like a salted fish. After checking, they found out that the patient's butt was actually pierced with Mamarong's needle. The doctors, their eyes were strange, and they couldn't help but turn to Saishomaru, who was dressed strangely not far away. The complaints in their hearts almost drowned the entire hospital. Hashtag beautiful couple. Why did they have needles in the middle of the night? Hashtag deciphering the new tricks of young people in bed, quick, targeting me. Hashtag 2 or 3 things that have to be said between transvestite young men and women. Hashtag my blood, through the needle hole. Hashtag your face reflecting smiling. Hashtag the doctor's hands were trembling. Just as they were about to take off Yigioza's pants, they didn't know that they would be shot at death if they took off gaze from not far away. Even the surrounding temperature had dropped by several degrees. This was a very strange sense of crisis, stemming from the instinct of animals to seek benefits and avoid harm. It was as if he was being targeted by some large carnivore. He just wanted to run away. There was a moment of silence. There was a moment of panic. In the end, the 2 female doctors helped Yigioza take out the needle and treated his wound. They reached out with trembling hands and covered him with the blanket. However, Yigioza's pants were stained red with blood and could no longer be used. Therefore, he could only lie on the hospital bed with his lower body naked, half covered by the thin blanket, revealing his 2 fair long legs. He supported himself with his elbows on the bed, slightly lifted his plump chest, and let out a heavy breath. Damn, it was so heavy. He really didn't know that having big breasts was so tiring. She felt as if there were 2 melons hanging on her chest, squeezing her shoulders until they were bright red. When she walked, she felt as if she was carrying 2 rabbits in her arms, causing her neck to ache. The plump breasts were only pleasing to the eyes of others, but they were not the ones who felt good. In summer, they were so crowded that they were sweating from the gutters. In winter, they were so swollen that they were like balls. The big-breasted girls he had seen in his previous life were all angels with broken wings. Only when this melon really hung on his body could he feel the aggrieved and painful feeling that he had no one to tell. There was no one in the ward, and Yigioza was bored. He turned his head and called Saishomaru. Talk to me for a while, Saishomaru. Anything is fine. Saishomaru stood still and did not speak. He really didn't know how to start the so-called talking to someone. Hey, how about this? I'll ask, and you answer. Yigioza suggested. Just casually talk about parents, childhood, friends, and so on. For example, my father, a cunning old man, abducted my mother when she was innocent and innocent. A year later, she gave birth to me, the wise and powerful me. Saishomaru. He was silent for a while, then said calmly, my biological father is General Quan. Yigioza nodded, indicating that he was listening. Very good. The atmosphere of a male dormitory's night talk had come out. He was very powerful, a general of the Western Kingdom. Saishomaru said, he defeated other big demons and won my mother's favor. Many years later, I was born. I have a question. Yigioza asked, why are you called Saishomaru? To be honest, the word "wan" is very old-fashioned. Saishomaru, my father was the one who named me. Saishomaru said slowly, my mother once said that to be able to come up with the name Saishomaru is already my father's highest standard. Yigioza, immortal fairyling, you openly said that General Quan's cultural level was too low? It's all right. At least Kill has a bit of an aura to it. As for my name, Yigioza retorted, only after a long period of being showered with the grace of rain and dew will it be able to quickly spread its branches. So, I became Yigioza. Saishomaru. After a long while, Saishomaru calmly spat out 3 words. Good name. Yigioza. You're poisonous. What's good about it? Yigioza was puzzled. Think about it carefully. Don't you think the meaning is very dirty? Do you know what dirty means? It's the indescribable things between men and women. Saishomaru. Seeing that Saishomaru was unusually quiet, Yigioza carefully settled his hands and pretended to be obedient. Do you know what indescribable things are? That. I'm just asking, have you done it before? Saishomaru. Don't be shy. Yigioza leaned over and shifted half of his body. I still can't believe it. You said that you've never been with a woman before. That's impossible. She looked at him from beside the bed, her loose neckline revealing a great view. Her calves bounced up and down, causing the thin blanket to slide down, revealing her bare buttocks. For some reason, he opened his mouth. No, you're really a bit pitiful. Then, do you like Sister Zwa or Sister Right? Ichiza glanced at his left and right hands and said meaningfully, like me, I like Sister Zwa. Saishomaru, shut up. Let me tell you, it's not a big deal, just talk about it. Ichiza tried to sound him out. Don't be shy. Didn't you think that you looked so cold and vulnerable? Shut up. Saishomaru's eyes gradually became dangerous. Idiot roommates don't lie to me. The colder a Prince Charming is, the purer he is in private. Because they always like to use indifference to repel people who approach them, to prevent them from finding out that they are also great sorcerers. Just tell me, Sister Zwa or Sister Right? Hey. The next second, Ichiza only saw a blur in front of him, and the white shadow that was still 3 meters away had flashed to his side. Saishomaru seemed to be holding a bit of anger, and with a cold face, he flipped her over on the bed. His sharp nails picked up the hem of her clothes, and with a force, he suddenly pushed the clothes up and rolled it up to her chest. Ichiza was extremely confused. Separated by a thin layer of quilt, he squeezed between her long legs, and his heavy body pressed down, firmly locking her body. He cut off her hands, lifted the fluffy tail wrap, and firmly blocked all her escape routes. Ichiza, wait a minute. You're very curious about what I like? Ichiza, you want to know a man's desire for me? Ichiza, do you know what you're doing? Saishomaru's golden eyes darkened. I remember I gave you a warning. Ichiza, what made you think that I would tolerate it? Ichiza, get rid of ridiculous feelings. Saishomaru looked at her, and finally moved his hand to the softest part of her body. Whether you're a demon or a human, you're still a beautiful woman, and I'm a man. Do you need me, Saishomaru, to teach you what a relationship is between a woman and a man? Ichiza instantly cowered and became a frightened gray goose. He suddenly realized that this guy was for real. No. I don't dare to do it anymore. Do me a favor. I won't tease you anymore. Saishomaru did not say a word. He tore open the collar of his kimono, and his warm chest directly pressed against her skin. His hand slid down along her graceful waistline, and instinctively, his fingers probed into the valley of her buttocks. He stuck out his tongue and licked the position of her heart. Even with the obstruction of her skin, he could smell the rushing breath of her blood, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. She was trembling, afraid, and panicking. Ichiza was only 15 years old, but this age in the Warring States period was already a ripe fruit. Yet, she was very familiar with it. Without that annoying temperament, this body was simply addictive. Even Saishomaru couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The feeling of connecting dreams and reality was so intoxicating. Ichiza, wait. Ichiza really wanted to cry. Big brother, do me a favor. Her. Seriously, do me a favor. I want to pee. Wah, Saishomaru. Ichiza clamped his legs together, but it was clamping onto his thin waist. I can't hold it in anymore. Really? I don't know why I want to go to the toilet every time you touch me. Let me go, I'm begging you. I'll help you pee. Let me go. I'm still a child. Chapter 165. Ichiza knew there was a saying that said, "The evils you bring on yourself are the hardest to bear." He also remembered that there was another saying that said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided." But he did not expect that the retribution of the present would come so quickly. He originally thought that Saishomaru was a polar ice field. Unless he cracked himself, narcissism. Otherwise, there would never be a day when it would melt. Who would have thought that Saishomaru was an active volcano? Once he surged hard. It was like the end of the world in a disaster movie. Ichiza was a man after all. He could guess with his toes whether or not Saishomaru had a reaction. Now that his clothes had been stripped off, His perverted hands had also been used. Both the things that should and should not be touched had been touched at the same time. If a man still said, "I won't go in," then that would definitely be a fucking lie. If a man really didn't want to touch a woman, she wouldn't even have the chance to sit on his thigh. But now, Yigyoza touched his conscience and said, if helping Saishomaru could solve the problem, he didn't mind sacrificing his hands a little. Anyway, in the men's bathhouse in his previous life, he had seen all kinds of chicks. They were a group of big men, and they were still competing with their naked butts. Touching, it was a small scene. He was not square. But he was afraid that this bro would not be satisfied. He still wanted to use his brother to have some fun. It was fine for two big men to sleep on the same bed. But when he thought about how both of them were going to rub against each other, and it was the kind of negative distance, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. There was no way, even with his physique in his previous life, compared to Saishomaru, he was like a rookie. And in this life, he even became a woman. Due to physiological reasons, women were often the weaker side in the battle between women and men in bed. If he bumped into an inexperienced virgin, that feeling, he heard that it was comparable to being tortured. Yigyoza didn't want to be stabbed at all. Even if he was to be stabbed, he should be the one stabbing someone else. No, that's not right. Since when did he have the terrifying thought of stabbing a man? However, he didn't have time to think about anything else. When his entire body was exposed to Saishomaru, even if his skin was as thick as a city wall, he still felt an indescribable sense of shame, especially when the other party's hand was abnormally wanton, slipping into the ravine and lifting up his thigh. In the instant that his privacy was exposed, he suddenly trembled. His fingertips brushed across the place, bringing with it a pleasurable sensation akin to an electric shock. Yigyoza's mind turned to mush. He didn't know if it was because his body was naturally sensitive, or he had been a vegetarian for so long that he didn't even care whether the other party was a man or a woman. What's more, he didn't know that his young body was starting to get aroused, and he actually felt like he was holding back his pee. No, he chose to go to the toilet. It was good for his health to shout, "Stop" in time. If this continued, the situation would go out of control. Fortunately, although Saishomaru was not a benevolent person, he was a gentleman. Even if his face was as black as charcoal, it didn't make things difficult for him. "You damn guy." Saishomaru's voice was low and hoarse, and he was a little impetuous. He exhaled and leaned against the headboard. His kimono was torn to pieces, revealing a large area of solid muscles on his abdomen. The snow-white fluffy tail covered his lower body, but the message conveyed by those angry eyes made people understand how much he was yielding and how much he was enduring. For a moment, Yigyoza felt quite guilty. Thanks to his bad friends in his previous life, he was used to speaking without thinking in front of them. It was only now that the situation was getting out of hand that he realized how much he had courted death with his previous behavior. "You're feeling bad, right?" Scram. Yigyoza. What a dog man. When he was in a good mood, he was Xiao Tian, but when he was in a bad mood, he was a scram. He wasn't going to scram. "Why don't I help you?" Yigyoza was courting death again, and he had already forgotten about his bladder that was crying. Scram. Saishomaru glared at him coldly, but at this moment, his beautiful eyes were completely devoid of his usual murderous aura, and they were filled with indescribable charm. "Yigyoza, you're a man, and you're prettier than a girl. If I scram just because you tell me to, wouldn't that make me look uglier than you?" He really wasn't going to scram. "If you don't leave now, don't regret it." Yigyoza nodded solemnly. "Really, you have to believe in my skills. It's better to walk on my own than to use a dog. I'm very good at petting dogs." Saishomaru, all the sins started because of me, so I'll use my own hands to solve them. Yigyoza quietly approached Saishomaru, reached out his hand to support his chest, and pushed him onto the bed. "Brother, you just need to close your eyes and enjoy it." With that, Yigyoza straddled him and pulled out the fluffy tail. As the other party suddenly widened his eyes, he reached out his soft hand, reached into the edge of his pants, and rubbed it. Saishomaru almost bounced up from the bed. He strangled Yigyoza's body, clenched his teeth, and held him in his arms. In response to her movements, His heavy breathing was intermittently on her neck, and it was getting more and more urgent. Don't be so agitated. Let me tell you. Shut up. You shut up. Yigyoza's lips twitched. Relax, I can't breathe. If you accidentally strangle me to death, you can do it again before I'm cold. Shut up. Let me tell you. Mmm. Her chin was suddenly grabbed tightly, and the violent dog demon collided with her lips. His fangs knocked against her white teeth, and he started to crush her without any rhythm. Yigyoza, are you fucking munching on a grain cake? No, that's not right. Oh fuck, which DPS player would provide the nanny with a one-stop health service? Fuck, he seemed to have suffered a huge loss. Sigh, she would rather believe that there were ghosts in the world than believe a man's mouth. Saishomaru, this little ingrate, not only did he not thank him after he was done, he even imitated Bang Duck's bad habit and bit his neck. It wasn't that he felt wronged. He really felt wronged. He was a man, after all. 5 minutes was too short, 10 minutes was normal, 20 minutes was firm, 30 minutes was endurance, 40 minutes was ferocious, and 50 minutes. Basically, he was sick equals. As for Saishomaru, he was a ferocious beast with endurance. Even if he didn't contribute much, he still worked hard. Everyone said that the strong would be destroyed, but he didn't expect that he would be destroyed first. To be honest, after this experience, he really believed that there were gifted creatures in this world. That size. Even the big dick he met in the bathhouse in his previous life couldn't be compared to it equals. So, why did he bite him? After biting him, he even rolled up his tail and ran away. Didn't he just say, "Sorry, I haven't washed my neck for 8 days"? Was it necessary? At least the fine Marshall duck neck knew how to apply a few layers of chili sauce. 8 days without washing it was just a layer of mud equals. Yigyoza was speechless. He rubbed his sore neck and returned to Kurojo Gakuen. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. After he was done, he heartlessly threw Saishomaru to the back of his mind and focused on increasing the favorability of the male protagonist. He had already told Conical Zero the draft of the plan. As for the ability to carry out the plan, he had to think of a way to improve Conical Zero's ability. Only with strength could 100 tricks be broken. Yigyoza changed into a set of sportswear, tied his hair into a ponytail, and chose a blue-quality longsword. Without thinking, he used his little qinggong to scurry across the campus, quickly leaping to Zhue Xingling's dormitory. As expected, Conical Zero skipped class again. He pursed his lips and held a bottle of blood, his eyes obscure. Yigyoza's intrusion made him very alert. When he found out that it was an acquaintance, Conical Zero finally relaxed his nerves and his whole body relaxed. "You're back." Conical Zero's pupils shrank slightly. He stared at the bite mark on her neck and her slightly swollen lips. His hands suddenly clenched, and he suddenly crushed the cup in his hand. He quickly walked up and asked, "Did the vampires attack you?" No. It's more like I attacked them." Yigyoza rubbed his neck. "Stop looking. It was bitten by a dog." Conical Zero didn't believe it, so he went forward and sniffed. It was full of the smell of bomb. "Your mouth? Don't mention it. It was bitten by a dog." "Why did it bite your mouth?" "Maybe it looks like a sausage after putting on lipstick." Conical Zero faintly had a headache. "Do you need something from me?" "Of course." Yigyoza pulled the corner of his clothes and pushed him out of the door, bringing him to the secluded forest in the campus. "From today onwards, I will train you, Conical Zero." What?" I said. "I will train you personally." Yigyoza's tone was rare for him to be serious. "What I will teach you is unique kung fu in this world. If you can learn it to a certain extent, you won't have to live so hard." Conical Zero frowned. "I have a teacher. His name is Yizichin Tenfangs, a vampire hunter. It doesn't matter who your teacher is." Yigyoza stood still, picked a place with his sword, and looked straight into his eyes. "The important thing is what you can learn from your teacher." Conical Zero was silent. "I believe that in the 10 years of hatred, you have completely overdrawn your knowledge as a vampire hunter." Conical Zero? "Yes, for revenge." "And now, you have almost figured out the vampire's ability." Gyoza raised his sword and invited him to a duel. Then let my sword see if you can take revenge with your current ability. Conical Zero closed his eyes. I will hurt you. The vampire's ability was too exaggerated, especially after drinking the blood of a pureblood. His body's data improved by leaps and bounds every day. He couldn't control his strength, and he couldn't find the threshold. Most of the time, he would only destroy everything around him into ruins. He was really afraid that he would accidentally hurt her, and the smell of blood would stimulate him to do even crazier things. Hurt me? Dream on. Gyoza invited him to a duel. Even if Bang Duck's fangs hit Shinshan River, it will only break. Conical Zero took a deep breath and apologized. He didn't move, but directly attacked. In the end, Chapter 166. Fuji 8 Peaks, everything was silent. Saishomaru was soaking in the hot spring pool. His silver hair flowing with the waves, the fluffy tail was open. The bright moon was reflected on the side, the long river lay in front of him. The starlight falling from the sky was not as deep as his eyes, like the heavenly face of jade. He was as cold as ever, and did not change his way of doing things. Even in the modern times where satellites were like ants, he still dared to shake his fluffy tail and walk in the clouds. But now, his heart was in chaos. Countless thoughts surged into his mind, clamoring to occupy and destroy. Saishomaru leaned his back against the fluffy tail, and the moment he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with yesterday's absurd night. Gyoza's face appeared and disappeared in his heart, as if it had taken root and could not be erased. He thought of his father. He thought of his mother. He thought of 16th Night and Inuyasha. The mistakes, grudges, love, and entanglement of the previous generation were gradually erased with the death of the person involved. But he still followed in his father's footsteps and coveted a human. He wanted her. He wanted to dominate her, whether it was her body or her heart. He wanted to leave behind his strongest scent. He had once thought that he only lacked a woman, but it was not until he indulged himself that he realized. Gyoza, this woman who had no good points other than her beauty, was extremely special to him. In the past 400 years, what kind of witch had he not seen? But he fell into her hands. She was the only one who could make him forcibly suppress his most intense desire in that kind of situation and cooperate with the release of her hands. Even now, he would occasionally think of the scene of her straddling him. Their skin was touching, and their heartbeats were in sync. She was embedded in his arms, caressing him, and a thin layer of sweat overflowed from her forehead. It was rare for him to lose control. Her entire body was covered in his scent. Absurd. Truly absurd. He had always hated humans, but he did not expect to do such a thing with her. The most terrible thing was that he was not satisfied. He wanted more. Saishomaru exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His fingertips gently lifted and slowly slid across his lips. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate for him to see her again, at least not now. He needed time to calm down and think about whether he treated her as a partner, or was it because he couldn't have her that he missed her? After beating up Conical Zero, Gyoza pinned him to the ground and rubbed him against the fallen leaves. He complained angrily, "Damn. I really don't like people with silver hair who are 1.8 meters tall today. Conical Zero, are you using me as a punching bag? Forget it. I'll let you go. You're just a pure child." Gyoza's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He loosened his hand and released Conical Zero. "As for me, I suffered a pain that my age shouldn't have." Conical Zero, panting, he leaned against the tree and slowly straightened his legs. The purple eyes focused on her and asked, "What pain?" "Dirty deal." Conical Zero. I'm saying if, Gyoza asked him, "If you have a close friend, and you're willing to die for each other, have a good relationship, and live together. But one day when you wake up, you realize that you've become a peerless beauty. Please ask." Gyoza stared at him seriously. "If your brother is interested in your feminine skin and wants to do something indescribable to you, and you're wearing this beautiful body, will you let him have it or not?" Conical Zero. I'm not a woman. Conical Zero patted the dirt off his body and said coldly, I don't like men either. Even if I become a woman, I only like women. Ijiuza was a little anxious. I mean, if a man becomes a woman, he still likes women, but he chooses to give it to his brother. You may not believe it, but he also feels comfortable being hugged by his brother. Seeing Conical Zero's strange expression, Ijiuza hurriedly added, It's a plot in a TV series. After listening, Zhui Shengling dryly opened his mouth. A man did physiological relief for another man? Wait, why is he discussing these things with a girl? Ijiuza nodded quickly. It's because of love, right? Conical Zero held back for a long time and spat out the word love. I can't think of any other reason. Physiological relief is a private matter, and they can even interfere in such a private matter. Are they a couple? No, no, no. Ijiuza waved his hand. I just can't bear to see him suffer. Conical Zero's expression was very strange. Can't bear to see him? Do men need to bear to see each other? Ijiuza gradually stopped waving his hand, and his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Even if you can't bear to touch his private parts, don't you think it's very strange? Zhui Shengling questioned Sanlian. Why don't you let him relieve himself? Why not let him go out to find other women? Why do you have to do it for him personally? Other than coveting, I can't give you any other reason. Ijiuza's waving disappeared completely, and his expression cracked. A man covets another man, and that's why he's willing to become a woman and make a great sacrifice. Conical Zero rubbed his aching abdomen and suggested, Don't watch such TV series in the future. You don't have the space to be stupid anymore. Ijiuza was speechless. Brat, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Do you want to be muted for an entire year? After Ijiuza finished feeding the dog, he realized that the sky outside was already dark. It was already late at night on the third day, and Saishomaru still hadn't returned. Damn it, that damn dog. Did he find another DPS outside behind my back? Ijiuza got out of bed angrily, closed the window, pulled the curtains, and plunged into the soft bed. He pulled the quilt over his head. Ever since he had a chat with Conical Zero, he still hadn't recovered. He was sure that he liked women, but towards Saishomaru, it seemed that he was a little special. Just as Conical Zero said, a man covets another man, and that's why he's willing to become a woman and make a great sacrifice. They clearly have the same parts and the same body, so why don't they choose to masturbate themselves, but to comfort each other? Isn't this a blatant lie here? But that night, not only did he think of himself as a woman, but he was also willing to relieve Saishomaru. If it had been someone else at that time, would he still be so kind? Would he still think about everything for him? Would he still care about whether he was happy or not? Bah, if it was someone else, he'd break the other person's sexual orientation. Is my precious jade body something an ant like you can touch? Die, you beast. So, Ijiuza rolled over in his blanket, his mind becoming clearer. So, whenever he was facing Saishomaru, his bottom line would be lowered again and again. He seemed to have unknowingly spoiled the other party and even indulged him. He even hoped that the moment he opened his eyes, he would be able to see that beautiful man. Ijiuza. Damn. No. He's still a straight man. He's perfectly straight. This is definitely not a mountain road. The place where the vampires hibernated, the origin of the Cain bloodline. This place was like a huge cemetery with ancient crosses and inscriptions everywhere. The names and bloodlines of the sleeping vampires were engraved on them in ancient languages. The deeper one went into the hinterland, the higher the level of the vampires. The 9-orchid flower came here alone, walked to the center of the hinterland, and searched inch by inch for the target he wanted to hunt. He couldn't delay any longer. The moment his power began to lean towards the real body, he knew that the real 9-orchid flower had returned. Even if he didn't know what the real body was thinking, he was sure that the real body wanted to kill him. He spent countless manpower, material resources, and financial resources, but still couldn't find any trace of the real body. The more time passed, the more energy would be lost. As raiders, they were like parasites, trying to replace the real body to live. But as long as they could live, Who would care if they were parasites or not? Compared to fighting for missions and achieving their goals step by step, this plundering mechanism was more suitable for this group of desperados. Every villain had powerful abilities and a long lifespan. To the raiders, it was a feast on a platter. In order to live a better life, then, the 9 orchid flower picked up a coffin from the ground, grabbed the vampire in the coffin, and brutally twisted the vampire's neck. Layers of black substance overflowed from the 9 orchid flower's body, surrounding the dead body. Like ants coming out of their hole to find food, they devoured the vampire. As the stomach was filled, the 9 orchid flower's pale face was flushed with a healthy red. Level. Chapter 167. Yi raised a few dogs who were completely devoted. When they beat up their teammates, they were cruel and unscrupulous, and when they were unlucky, they cried their hearts out in the end. They still lived without a care in the world. They were almost as angry as a baboon. In order to test whether he was a 24K straight road, Yi walked into an internet cafe with a serious expression and asked for a private room. He turned on his computer and browsed the internet, browsing through all the pornographic movies. Whether they were male or female, female or male, he had to take a closer look and at the same time confirm whether he was gay or not. Was there an end to it? After all, sexual happiness was related to his life, and it was the top priority in just a few decades. If he didn't even have the most basic sexual happiness, wouldn't he lose a great pleasure? He had to make up his mind early so that he could be prepared, lest he met someone he liked and unknowingly let them go. But like men? Oh shit. This was impossible. This was completely beyond his understanding. How could men like men? When both of them had the exact same physiological structure, what he had, the other party had, what he did not have, the other party did not have. This, facing a similar body, how could there be an indescribable desire? Saishomaru had desires for him. He was not surprised at all. With a curvaceous beauty's skin, if a man saw it and did not have any thoughts, then he was most likely a eunuch. The sexual tension between a man and a woman, primitive, instinctive, and impulsive, was understandable and not surprising. But he could only blame himself, knowing that the other party was a man and even had thoughts about Saishomaru. This made him feel terrified, but also quite puzzled. The hand that clicked the mouse trembled slightly. After hesitating for a while, Yi finally clicked on the wrestling video of Billy King. 5 minutes later, he closed the video with a wooden face. He could not arouse the slightest sexual interest in the man who symbolized freedom. Full of muscles, swaying light, they had bright smiles on their faces, swinging their elephants up and down, and the manly stubble on their faces were brimming with the flavor of youth. No, I can't. I can't think about it anymore. Not only did it hurt his eyes, but it also hurt his brain. Yi was really scared. He took out his newly bought MP4 and downloaded a bunch of short movies with male and female versions. He swore that even if the steel pipe bent a little, he could straighten it by himself. He quickly returned to Kurojo Gakuen and climbed into Conical Zero's dormitory through the window. But to his surprise, the room was neat and tidy, with only the books missing. It seemed that not only did Conical Zero not stay in the dormitory, he had obediently gone to class. Amazing! What kind of wind blew today? Even the king of truancy returned to the classroom one day? However, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Conical Zero wasn't around, he had to think about the male lead's future sexual happiness, right? Even such a staunch straight man like him would have a day where he would go astray, let alone Jue Shengling. If he remembered correctly, in this rundown duck farm, pretty girls were rare, but there were a lot of pretentious duck men. These duck men were handsome, tall, and had lived for a long time. They were well-versed in the ways of men and women. If Conical Zero was turned gay, how was he going to ascend to immortality with the male lead script? As the male lead's golden finger, Yi had to be on guard. He quickly grabbed Conical Zero's laptop that hadn't been used for 800 years and copied the short movie from the MP4. He even opened the movie and placed it in his bedroom, along with a pack of soft tissues. One should not leave one's name after doing a good deed. Yi Jiaoza left in a good mood and headed to the chairman's office, ready to discuss the big plan with Hui Yin. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the office, Hui Yin looked surprised. Yi Jun, aren't you supposed to be taking exams? Yi Jiaoza, what exam? I remember now. Yi Jun often skips classes. You probably don't remember that today is the final exam, right? Hui Yin smiled elegantly. There's still 20 minutes until the end of the exam. Yi Jiaoza, what was the point of taking the exam in 20 minutes? He might as well not take the exam. Well, the results will be announced at the classroom door. Hui Yin was overjoyed. Yi Jun, you probably don't want to see your score 0, right? Yi Jiaoza was expressionless. So what if it's 0? It'll probably damage Yi Jun's image in the eyes of the Day Division. Hui Yin added fuel to the fire. After all, Yi Jun is the pillar of the Day Division in everyone's hearts. Sigh, if the pillar falls, Yi Jiaoza, you're right, I can't even refute you. So here's the problem. What should I do to finish the exam in 15 minutes? In the last 15 minutes, Yi Jiaoza stormed into the exam hall and sat beside Conical Zero. At that time, the top student who had already finished his exam was lying on his stomach and sleeping soundly. In this large-scale, sleeping soundly scene, Yi Jiaoza picked up her pin and poked Conical Zero's abdomen. The second he bounced up, she quickly pulled out his exam paper and replaced it with her own blank one. Within seconds, Zhuai Shangling reacted in a flash. Only then did he realize that Yi Jiaoza had leisurely erased his name on the paper and replaced it with her own name, Dogcrawl. Conical Zero. He stared blankly at the blank exam paper in his hand and glanced at the time. 13 minutes. Zhuai Shengling was quick to react and wanted to pull his paper back. Who knew that Yi Jiaoza was in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound? He placed his chest on the paper, as if to say, if you dare to touch this hand, then don't take it. Conical Zero, Yi Jiaoza. Just you wait. Conical Growth, the top student, gritted his teeth, picked up the pen and wrote the exam paper for her. Thanks to Conical Zero's vampire physique, even if there were only 13 minutes left, he could still finish most of the exam paper. Although his handwriting was extremely messy, it was exactly what Yi Jiaoza wanted. With 30 seconds left before the end of the exam, Yi Jiaoza smiled and exchanged the exam paper with Conical Zero, who had a blank expression on his face. He was in a good mood as he wrote his name on the exam paper. Little did he know that Conical Zero, who was sitting next to him, curled his lips and revealed a smile covered in black mud. He knew that Yi Jiaoza wouldn't check the exam paper. Conical Zero returned to the dormitory contentedly and decided not to leave any food for Yi Jiaoza that day. However, he never expected that as soon as he opened his door, he would see such a large-scale scene. Conical Zero, Yi Jiaoza, you win. Yi Jiaoza became famous after the exam because he wrote a love poem about unrequited love in the essay on the Chinese language test. It was like the clearest secret love for a girl of this age, and every sentence had an indescribable taste. The girl in the poem was humble and simple, and she seemed to have fallen in love with the young man. In her life, the young man intervened in her life in the most domineering manner, leaving an indelible mark. He was very low-key, but to her, he was the most special person. She wrote about her unrequited love and expressed her love. This love poem was intoxicating, and it almost made the teenagers in the day club excited. Did the goddess write about me? Did the goddess have feelings for me? Should I ask the goddess? The teenagers all tried their best to attract Yi Jiaoza's attention. They were like concubines fighting for favor in the harem. They used all kinds of tricks to meet her and surrounded her in every corner. Yi Jiaoza, Conical Zero, you win. Now, whenever he went out, he had to lead his Samoyed to block off the peach blossoms. If only the Tibetan Mastiff was here. With that fierce look, no one would dare to approach him. As for the damned Samoyed, once it was surrounded, it would lie on the ground and not get up. What kind of stupid teammate is this? No, a teammate who was worse than a pig and a dog. Yi Jun. A good-looking teenager jumped up to him, his eyes flashing with the joy of seeing his sweetheart. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yi Jiaoza, Little brother, wake up, this is near the women's toilet. The Samoyed quickly lay down on the ground, ready to watch the show. His eyes swept over the slightly rustling grass. Oh, Yoshi Asakura and 9 Orchid Flower are also here to watch the show. Yijun, actually, I... The teenager looked at the goddess in his heart eagerly and summoned up the courage to say, actually, I have always been in love with Yijun. Even people like me have things that I want to protect. Yijioza, damn, this Japanese girl's confession, I've had enough. Yijioza took a deep breath and smiled. Hey, classmate, do you see the tree next to me? The teenager nodded quickly. Yes, I see it. It's full of energy, just like Yijun. Yijioza, I'm telling you, I'm not only full of energy, but also full of firepower. He picked up a branch, took a deep breath, turned the branch into a sword, and fiercely slashed, boom, boom, boom. With countless flying debris and dregs, the tree was cut in half, almost turning into ashes. The explosive aura, dancing wind, and deafening roars created a murderous look on Yujioza's face. He turned his head and stared at the teenager. I heard that you like me? Teenager, are you ready to be stabbed by me? Teenager, do you still love me? The young man covered his broken heart and ran away while sobbing. Yijioza, I understand, little brother. Why do you have to run like a girl? No, forget it. It's over. Yijioza threw away the branch, grabbed the dog ears of the Samoyed, and dragged this stupid teammate back to the dormitory. She didn't know that Saishomaru, who had been standing in the sky for a long time, didn't say a word. He just silently watched her, but didn't approach. He found out there was more than one covetous person beside her. Chapter 168. In the ancient legends of the vampires, there was a strange chapter. If a pureblood kills a pureblood of the same level and devours it, then the winner will suffer a terrible curse he will never be able to escape. His life will be taken away, his luck will be weakened. His soul will be polluted. His future will only continue to lead to the abyss he can no longer turn back. Every pureblood monarch, whether it was the evil Kowloon Plum Soil, or the unpredictable Canon Hikarakura, or the mysterious and unfathomable Julanshu, their existences should be hidden and blessed, their lifelines protected by their bloodlines. As long as they did not kill each other and trample on each other, they could have endless wealth, obtain a long life, command groups of servants, and live a comfortable life. But unfortunately, the pain of not being able to ask for drove all of them crazy. Kowloon Plum Soil could not love, and became cruel and violent. Canon Hikarakura lost his love forever, and became paranoid and crazy. The 9 Orchid Flower protected his love and became unscrupulous. They wore each other down, and schemed against each other in the end. They fulfilled the 9 Orchid Flower and made him bear the curse of a pureblood on the road to the Yellow Springs. And for the sake of Yuheim, his hands were stained with blood. He did everything he should and shouldn't have done. But in the end, he ended up smelting his own body. He was almost reduced to ashes. How stupid. He was clearly a pureblood. But he lived more than Levely was even more desolate. Compromising for a woman was simply destroying the dignity of a pureblood. The 9 Orchid Flower wiped the blood off the corner of his lips, stepped over a pile of ornately decorated empty coffins, and walked deeper into the tomb. He had devoured enough vampires, and the class of food was basically at level B fluctuated. They gave him enough strength and special abilities. The rare feeling of satiety made him eager to adapt to his new body. What curse, what violent death, what enemies. It was all because he wasn't strong enough that he was controlled by fate. As long as he completely plundered the 9 Orchid Flower and used this body to break through the limitations of a mortal, then wouldn't he become the second Grandmaster of the Predators? Grandmaster. He was the strongest among the raiders, and a legend at that. It was said that he wielded a katana and called himself Zhengzheng. Every time he struck, he would kill plunderers or protectors. At present, his fused abilities were enough to ascend to godhood. Grandmaster. No, before his wings were fully fledged, he absolutely could not see him. What he needed to do now was to reach the strongest level of this plane, and then kill all of his targets one by one. Since he couldn't find the original body, he might as well kill it. Kill one, eliminate one, and sooner or later, it would be his turn. The 9-orchid pivot sank into the darkness of the tomb. A moment later, a roar like that of a wild beast suddenly erupted from that dark hole. 2 huge bat wings pierced through the dense fog, and in an instant, a hurricane struck, sending sand and stones flying. 3 days later, the number of terrorist attacks at the Tokyo police headquarters skyrocketed. Along with the panic and helplessness of the people, urban legends regarding vampires became prevalent, casting a heavy shadow over the downtown area. And this uproar, the police couldn't produce any evidence to suppress it. They analyzed the details of each case overnight and made all sorts of guesses. They also repeatedly scrutinized the victims' injuries, but the final conclusion was vampires. How could this be possible? How could there be vampires in this world? Vampires were only fictional characters in movies and television. They were things that lived in legends and scripts. They would never appear in reality. But how could they explain the fang's marks on the victim's neck? How could they explain the victim's blood being sucked dry? The victim had clearly been dead for more than 24 hours, so why would he suddenly come back to life and mutate into a vampire-like monster? He couldn't wait to pounce on humans the moment he saw them. Worst of all, when they used their guns to eliminate them, all that was left at the scene were a few clothes and dust. There wasn't a single corpse. It was so strange that it defied common sense. Everyone in the Tokyo police headquarters was busy. They increased their workload and started to investigate the existence of vampires one by one. Inside the office, there was no one. There was only a row of computers flashing on and off. 2 dogs jumped into the office one after the other. One skillfully removed the surveillance equipment, and the other climbed onto the computer desk and stretched out its paw to type on the keyboard. My nose can't be wrong. The smell left at every crime scene is the smell of 9-orchid flower. Uchiha Madara opened his Sharingan and copied all the information presented on the screen into his mind. This is the world of 9-orchid flower, Uchiha Madara, who had already experienced the predator, calmly said. 9-orchid flower said that he is a vampire. Then, his original circle should be a group of vampires. Found it. Kurojo Gakuen? Night Division? Adagawa Corgi moved his short legs and grabbed the edge of the computer desk. There's something that I don't understand. What does it mean by, this is the world of 9-orchid flower? Uchiha Madara lowered his head and looked down at him. Each of us that you met came from a different world. We are the chosen ones in our respective fields, but because of the existence of a thief, we have been reduced to dogs. Thief. They're thieves who take on your appearance when you're not around, take over your life, steal your abilities, and take over your life. Adagawa Corgi. Replace me. Only by destroying them can we take back what we originally had. Uchiha Madara said. Now, we need to find this imposter and suppress him. I have to use the Sharingan to force him to tell me something. We need to get what we need before the feeder master discovers him. That's right. Otherwise, when he meets up with the owner, I'm afraid that not even his bones will be left. Adagawa Corgi was speechless. Is the owner really that scary in your eyes? Kurojo Gakuen, in the chairman's office. Not only were there vampires gathered here, but there were also many vampire hunters gathered here. They silently faced each other with serious expressions. For the past 3 days, the delicate balance between humans, vampires, and hunters had been broken. The originally harmonious relationship had been pushed to the cusp of the storm because of an unknown pureblood. There were even signs of hostility between the two parties. The outside world is doubting the existence of vampires. According to our information, there are indeed many humans who are investigating the existence of vampires. Yechijuya said, sooner or later, Kurojo Gakuen will be exposed. At that time, as vampires who are sheltering them, we will not be able to escape responsibility. I'm afraid that at that time, what teacher are you planning to hand us over? Lan Tanging had always been straightforward and sarcastic. Yes, handing over the vampires is the most effective solution, isn't it? After all, there is indeed a pure-blood king in the Night Division. Ing. The vampires behind him warned in a low voice. Before the Lord Privy Seal returns, don't cause any unnecessary trouble. The commotion subsided, but the relationship between them seemed to have worsened. After all, there was a generation gap between humans and vampires. Both sides had different philosophies, and neither could convince the other. Master Huiyin took off his glasses and said with a serious expression, "First of all, I will not hand over the students in the academy because of the disturbance in the outside world. Even if you are vampires, do not forget the ideals of our academy. Peace." All the vampires were stunned. Secondly, it's true that the one who did this was a pureblood. Only by being bitten by a pureblood can one become level E, Master Huiyin continued. But the 9-orchid flower would never do such a thing, even if he is a pureblood. That's fair. Everyone looked at each other. I have never treated vampires differently from humans. I hope that everyone will not accidentally fire their guns in my office. Master Huiyin rubbed his temples. As for how to solve this problem, how to solve it? Isn't it simple? Yi Jioza, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Make your debut in the C position." Everyone was speechless. There are some things that you can't bury for the rest of your life. Instead of hiding it and letting people guess and covet it, it's better to be frank. Vampires are not shameful existences. Just based on their appearance, they are no different from us humans. As for humans, they should be able to accept humanoid forms. Since we uphold the ideals of peace and fairness, let's take a gamble. Yi Jioza smiled. If we fail and humans cannot accept the existence of vampires, then let's just treat it as a C-position funeral. Chapter 169. Regardless of whether the Bang Bang Ducks debuted or had a funeral, they had to wash their images clean first. If they gave people the impression of being violent and cruel from the beginning, it was estimated that the day they were exposed would not be far from the anniversary of their death. It was unknown which family's pureblood ancestor had woken up, but he did not go to the household register to pass through the light. He did not report to the younger generation of his family. Instead, he crawled out of the coffin and bit people randomly, injuring more than 20 people. And the so-called injury of the pureblood was simply incurable. The victims were either dead, or they had become level. To humans, the former was good, the latter was also good. They all ended with death. There was no difference. In other words, the unknown pureblood had already taken the lives of more than 20 humans. Such a sin, it was not something that could be exempted with the words, "Those who did not know are not guilty." Even if purebloods were exceptionally precious and had a transcendent position in the vampire race, even if they wanted to destroy them, they would have to face the anger and targeting of the entire vampire race. Yi Jioza always insisted on his own opinion that this trash must be destroyed. He's a pureblood. Lan Tanging frowned. No matter which faction of purebloods they are the kings of the vampires. They make mistakes, they should be left to the vampires to deal with. In our history, there has never been a situation where humans have sanctioned vampires. Yi Tinfang sneered. What? You mean that mad dog that runs around and bites people will be left to you vampires to deal with? What a huge joke. What do you plan to do with it? Yi Tinfangs asked forcefully. As far as I know, pureblood vampires have a natural ability to control low-level vampires. In the books, the greatest punishment for pureblood vampires in the vampire race is only forced sleep. What's the difference between forced sleep and covering up? Yi Tinfangs mocked. 10 years ago, Canon Hikarakura killed Conical Zero's family, but didn't you guys do anything to this Kwang? DG to punish him. So, are you guys planning to use the same method to get away with it this time? The series of questions aroused the anger of the vampires. Human, listen carefully, that's not what I meant. Lan Tanging said sternly. What ability do you have to capture a pureblood? Only vampires understand vampires the best. As the blood clans of the moderate faction, we usually deal with depravity. There's nothing wrong with leaving his problem to us. In fact, it can even reduce unnecessary casualties. Lan Tanging softened his tone and continued, besides, No matter what a pureblood is, he is still the king of the blood breed. Rashly killing them is equivalent to provoking the entire blood clan. The blood breeds had a strict social hierarchy, forming a pyramid system. They had blind worship and respect for the purebloods at the top. It was still acceptable for the vampires to personally deal with their own kind. But if there were outsiders involved, and these outsiders even tried to deal with the king, then it was obvious that they were trampling on the blood breed's dignity. But so what? I'll just say it. There's no need to hide it. Igyoza glanced at the vampires and opened his mouth. Yes, that's right. He's your ancestor, a precious pureblood, and an important person that you can't refuse and must worship. Your level. You can't refuse a pureblood's order. Because of their instinctive obedience, they will follow orders, whether they are willing or not. But this has nothing to do with us. You killed more than 20 people, and you're not even allowing the victims to speak? Igyoza scolded. The sleeping place of the blood breeds is like a mental asylum. Since the vampires have to deal with the matters of the vampires, why don't you keep a close eye on it and prevent the lunatics from escaping? Now that something big has happened, you put aside the big issue and want to deal with the murderer personally. You're neglecting the essentials. I can tell you clearly, other than the death penalty, there's nothing suitable for that pureblood. Igyoza took a few steps forward and grabbed Lan Tengying's collar, causing him to stumble. Have you lost your mind? Have you been enslaved? Do you understand that even if that pureblood doesn't deserve the death penalty in the blood breeds, he still has to die? If you don't execute him this time, you'll be going against the entire human society. Do you think humans can swallow the loss of more than 20 lives? Igyoza patted Lan Tengying's face. He felt that this young man needed to eat some walnuts to nourish his brain. He has to die. Only when he's dead will humans admit that vampires can differentiate between good and evil. Only then will they acknowledge your values and accept you. You can truly integrate into this world, show your identity, show your genealogy, and let humans understand that there's another form of life in this world other than them. You'll be recognized and can live under the sun. You'll obtain blood through official means. You won't be like rats in the sewers, living in a small world. Even if you want to enter human society, you'll have to apply for a fake certificate every 20 to 30 years. Igyoza let go of him and said, compared to a funeral, I'd rather you make your debut. After all, Conical Zero is a vampire. If he's not one of you, I don't care if you die. The vampires were enraged. Werewolf, don't be too arrogant. Arrogant? Igyoza immediately laughed. He nimbly drew his long sword and casually swung it, executing the 5 directions to end. As a pure yang area of effect skill, it could immobilize the opponent for a few seconds. This way, whether it was a channeling or an ultimate skill, he could buy enough time. Once this move was unleashed, who could contend against it? If a mid-level magic martial artist vampire encountered an advanced wuxia martial artist like Igyoza, he would be on his knees in seconds. When a group of powerful level X realized that he couldn't move, the expression on his face was extremely interesting. Of course I have the right to be arrogant. Igyoza said slowly, you can't move, right? Just this short period of time is enough for the hunter's guns to poke hundreds of holes in you. You don't have to worry about the pureblood. As a werewolf of a higher level than vampires, I'll handle this matter on the side of humans. As for you guys, can't you just prepare for your debut? When you guys debut, you'll be the vanguard. If you do well, you'll be able to guide Conical Zero. If you don't, I can still protect Conical Zero. The vampires were speechless. What benefits did Conical Zero give you to make you think of him every time you do something? Although Igyoza was a werewolf, he really didn't want to do the work of a dog. Don't look for him to do the kind of thing where you lie on the ground, sniff the air, and then run 800 miles to chase something bad. In desperation, the Hunters Association could only search for information on the purebloods themselves. The process was very slow. Igyoza didn't care about this. He dragged Conical Zero out for a daily training and then returned to the dormitory feeling refreshed. As usual, he washed up and petted the dog. Then, he sat under the covers, ready to turn off the lights and sleep. Before he turned off the lights, he habitually groped the bed, wanting to pick up the non-existent white firewood. Gyoza was speechless. Oh, Saishomaru hasn't been back for a week. Wait, why does he remember so clearly? Hee, forget it. He'll just die outside. Gyoza pouted and picked up the MP4 on the bedside. Seeing that the battery was still at 63%, he knew that he could watch a healthy movie before going to sleep. He yawned, not avoiding the three dogs in the room, and clicked on the so-called pure female student's love action blockbuster. Not only did he watch it, but he also put the volume up. When the first sentence, Matsumoto-sensei, please don't be like this, came to his mind, the three dogs who were sleeping in the room suddenly became alert. They all looked up at Gyoza, their ears pricked up. Please, don't be like this, The owner showed a meaningful smile. Gradually, as his breathing became heavier, the smile became more and more perverted. The dogs were speechless. So, the owner had reached this age? So comfortable. No more. The dogs were speechless. Their spines tightened, their blood sped up, and their hearts contracted. As a group of old ghosts who had lived for thousands of years, they knew very well what their owner was watching. To be honest, although they didn't have much interest in sex, it didn't mean that they were idiots who didn't even have the slightest thought. Since their owner was openly playing an erotic video, they were naturally very curious about what was being played there. The three dogs stretched their necks and looked in the direction of Gyoza. They saw that the owner's eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be tired. She nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. Accompanied by the sound of in the video, her head tilted to one side, and she fell into a deep sleep. The video in her hand tilted and fell on the bedsheet. The dogs left their nest, quietly picked up the MP4 and put it on the ground. They looked at the small screen and gathered their heads together. The dogs were speechless. They didn't know why. It was a little awkward. They were already so old. How could they still be so shameless and want to snatch the young man's things? But it turned out that they could use this position. Chapter 170. What kind of car accident scene would appear in a 1,800-year-old virgin watching a movie? Nosebleeds? Heart palpitations? Physiological reactions? Rubbing each other? No. After living for such a long time, what kind of temptation had they not experienced? Thousands of beauties in all kinds of positions went into battle with guns and bullets, but they could still smile and stand still. If they would be defeated by a mere pornographic film, how could they be qualified to be the world boss? It was just a small movie. There was no need to make a fuss. They would only carry a serious and elegant spirit, carefully observe, and then come to the conclusion that this film is not suitable for young girls to watch. It must be handed over to the family elder to confiscate. The owner was still young. How could she be taught bad? This kind of film with an ugly female lead and an even uglier male lead, and no nutrition, of course, could not return to the owner's hands. In order to let the owner be more ladylike and not let that beautiful face go to waste, the three dogs came up with a plan, decided to hide the MP4, and gave the owner a copy of The Education of Love on the bedside. But this was far from enough. The owner was already a young girl in puberty, at the age of 15 in the Soul Society, the Peaceful Era, and the Primogeniture Era. She could have married long ago and when a girl matured, her mind would become unpredictable and impulsive. It would only become more and more difficult to understand. It would never be easy for people to see through. According to Nine Orchid Flower, his sister was particularly rebellious during puberty. Not only was she disobedient, but she also disobeyed him. She even got entangled with the wild boy next door, Conical Zero. TSK, listen, what a headache. Therefore, they had to nip the problem in the bud and nip it in the bud. The girl would pretend to be innocent and deceive everyone, but her private things hid her deepest thoughts. Watching a movie late at night could only be said that the owner was in love. This was really a dangerous signal. As smart bosses, they would definitely be able to find clues from the movie to determine what type of man the owner would be interested in. Therefore, they had to keep this MP4 even if they didn't want to. The three dogs openly hid the MP4 and found the data cable and charger from the bedside table. While Gyoza was asleep, They took advantage of it to have a good look. Oh no, to study it thoroughly in one go == hashtag the protracted battle between the pure female student and the overbearing male teacher hashtag the late-night tryst between the beautiful sister-in-law and the strong brother-in-law hashtag make-up lesson time for the mature teacher and the wolf student hashtag. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Yi Jioza seemed to prefer rough and direct men. When Yi Jioza woke up, he realized that his MP4 was gone. Not only was the MP4 gone, but there was also an additional copy of The Education of Love on his bedside. What the fuck? Who sneaked in the middle of the night to play a prank? Was it a ghost? Yi Jioza. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little confused. No, that's not right. This has nothing to do with ghosts. He must have sleepwalked last night. He was sleepwalking. It seems even scarier when you think about it that way. For the first time ever, Yi Jioza woke up early. After washing up, he started searching for his MP4. In the end, he searched inside and out, but he couldn't find a single trace. Instead, the commotion woke a few dogs up. That's right, dog. Yi Jioza squatted in front of the kennel, stretched out his paw, and reached under the belly of the Samoyed. He didn't know that the Samoyed's hind paw was hidden under its belly. It moved slightly and pushed the MP4 under the belly of the Pomeranian. 9 orchid flower. He laid on top of the MP4 like he was incubating a chick. Nothing. Yi Jioza picked up the Samoyed and shook its long hair. He realized that there was nothing on this guy, so he had to give up. Come on, equal. Lift your little belly and let daddy see. Yi Jioza stretched out his claws towards 9 orchid flower. 9 orchid flower had an idea. He sucked in his belly and curled up his limbs. The next second, he was like a round cotton candy. He held the MP4 and rolled a few times, revealing a bear kennel. Yi Jioza let out a long sigh, picked up the teddy bear, and checked its soft cushion. 9 orchid flower let go of the MP4 and used its hind paw to scoop it up. Using the smooth trajectory of a banana ball, it accurately threw the MP4 into the trash can. With a pop sound, Yi Jioza turned his head in confusion. Suddenly, he saw a giant thing pouncing on him and pressing him to the ground. The Samoyed enthusiastically squinted its eyes and smiled like an angel. It intimately rubbed against Yi Jioza's neck. Woof. Stupid woman. Woof, woof, woof. You will never find it. Yi Jioza was proficient in dog language. When a pet showed dependence on its owner and liked to act like a spoiled child, it was important to satisfy its needs. He immediately responded, put his hands around the Samoyed's neck, and kissed the dog's head. Harmony. What's wrong? Are you in heat? Looking for a little bitch? Aizen was speechless. Until this moment, the Samoyed once again remembered the fear of being sterilized. The teddy bear and the Pomeranian looked at each other, and the 2 dogs quietly left. They took out the cable from under the toilet paper in the toilet and took out the charging head from the rice tank in the kitchen. They moved the key props like mice, and all of them were moved under the potted plants on the balcony. That's right. Harmony is the top dog in the pet beauty salon. Yi Jioza grinned. I still remember that under your poster, there was a group of cute little bitches staring at you. Aizen was speechless. He used to attract women, and now he attracted bitches. Should he praise himself for being as charming as before? The teddy bear and the Pomeranian sneaked back like thieves, gently turned over the trash can, took out the MP4, and put it under the doghouse. After everything was done, Yi Jioza patted the dogs and poured 3 pots of dog food. Then, he rummaged through the toilet and kitchen, cleaned up the trash can, and went out. When the dormitory door slowly closed, the 3 dogs quickly lay on the balcony and stared at their owner's back. Well, very good. She finished dumping the trash and went further and further away. Yes, she left the dormitory building and entered the path leading to the study hall. The alarm was lifted, and it was safe. The 3 dogs turned around, and like a gust of wind, they took out the MP4, the cable, and the charging head. They poked out their meat pads, and after a series of operations, they gathered together again and explored the mystery of the origin of life. Saishomaru didn't expect that as soon as he landed on the window of Yi Jioza's dormitory, There would be a burst of moaning coming from the fully enclosed and airtight inner room. His ears were not deaf. He could hear that it was the soft moan of a woman, and he could also hear that other than this sound, there was also the heavy breathing of a man. Saishomaru was speechless. For a moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and he felt a chill from head to toe. His demonic power instantly surged, an evil wind suddenly roared. Saishomaru directly shattered the glass and cracked the walls. Amidst the flying shards, he stepped into the room with a cold expression. When his foot landed, it created a spiderweb of cracks. Kacha, large pieces of the floor cracked open, and the ravine was incomparably dark. The surrounding bricks trembled and cracked, and the ceiling was on the verge of collapse, falling fine dust. It wasn't just the room. Even the entire dormitory building was trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Saishomaru's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the bed in the room, but he found that not only was there nothing happening on it, but there were also 3 dumbfounded dogs. Instead, there were 3 dumbfounded dogs sitting upright. They looked at him, dumbfounded. He looked at them, and there was only silence. They looked at each other, and there was only one bed. The 2 rooms were silent, and there was only one film. Accompanied by babbling and sobbing, Saishomaru's eyes slowly moved down and saw the MP4 covered in dog hair. On the small screen, a naked battle was being played. It was a life-and-death struggle between the man and the woman, and the battle was so intense that it was hard to tell who would win. Saishomaru, he pursed his lips, stepped forward, and looked down at them coldly. Samayed was the first to throw out a drift bottle. Don't misunderstand, this is what the owner likes. We are just curious about what she likes. Saishomaru, what Yijuza likes. But this is clearly coitus. She likes this? If she really likes it, she wouldn't have rejected his approach. Saishomaru kicked the drift bottle back and froze. So, have you seen enough? 9 Orchid Flower had a bit of a love brain. He immediately took the drift bottle and replied, Of course, we have seen enough. We are not people who indulge in women's charms. However, we really didn't expect that the owner likes men who are a little more violent. Saishomaru, do you want to join? 9 Orchid Flower stuffed an olive branch into the drift bottle and threw it to Saishomaru. The more you know about her, the more you can live a little longer. Saishomaru, he stood there silently, and his field of vision was full of swaying bodies on the screen. Unconsciously, he suddenly remembered the most absurd night of his life. Damn it, he deliberately tried to forget, but he remembered it now. Since when did he, Saishomaru, learn to be distracted? Distracted, and his mind was full of a woman? It was because he couldn't have her that he missed her, right? But she likes men who are a little more violent. A little more violent? Really? Conical Zero's blood addiction was acting up, and the following symptoms, as well as the undigested power surging in his body, almost exceeded his limit. When Yi Jiazi found Jue Shangling, he was subdued by Black Lord Hui Yin and Yi Si's 10 fangs. They used heavy silver chains to tie him to a special cross, restraining his rebellion. The entire dark and damp basement was covered in complicated spells. When Conical Zero tried to resist, the spells would condense into lightning and strike him until he lost the ability to resist. However, this could not solve the problem from the root. He was struggling, and he was restraining himself. The power in his body was increasing exponentially, and this increase brought about an unknown chain reaction. How did this happen? Yi Jiazi stared at Conical Zero, who was in an extremely sorry state, and frowned. Didn't you say that after drinking the blood of a pureblood, he can delay the time of becoming a demon? How did Conical Zero become like this? Those scarlet eyes and sharp fangs almost forced this pure and clean youth into a beast. 10 Fangs let out a long sigh, leaned against the wall, and lit a cigarette in annoyance. How did this happen? This is a good question. I also want to know, there are so many twins in the world. Why was he born into a vampire hunter's family? Master Ashen sank into the shadows, not saying a word. His face, which always carried a smile, was filled with gloom. Yi Jiazi subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Twins? Yes, twins. Yizai Tin Fangs looked up, his eyes filled with loneliness. Twins. If they were born into an ordinary human family, they would have a blissful and happy life. But if they were born into a vampire hunter's family, all that would be left over is misery, fate, and an indelible curse. Curse. Tin Fangs crushed out his cigarette and said in a low voice, "There was once an outstanding vampire hunter who destroyed countless evil vampires. But vampires are creatures that belong to the darkness, and at the same time, they also have mysterious abilities. Before they died, they cursed the hunter. As long as a hunter's family is pregnant with twins, they will be born with the original sin." Original sin? Gyoza was stunned. In the mother's womb, if the twins want to be born, they must devour their own brother or sister. Gyoza. And the lucky one who is born after devouring their own blood relatives will have great potential to become the strongest hunter, devouring the other side. Gyoza's tone was somewhat difficult to understand. It really is a heavy original sin. If he grows up and is told the truth, it will be an unimaginable blow. Tin Fangs was silent. He looked at Conical Zero and pressed out his cigarette. After a long time, he spoke again. Unfortunately, Conical Zero is one of the twins, but it is also very fortunate that Zero and his younger brother, Conical Growth, were born into this world smoothly. Gyoza. He suddenly thought of another youth who looked similar to Conical Zero. They had the same purple eyes and silver hair and a handsome face. So his name was Conical Growth One Wisp? But this does not mean that the curse is over. Tin Fangs laughed bitterly. One of the twins will inevitably become nourishment for the other, without exception. Didn't you ask me why Conical Zero became like this? Tin Fangs stroked his long bangs, covering his eyes and expression. Because the hunter's power in his body can no longer suppress the vampire's instincts. He needs nourishment to become the strongest hunter, so that he can continue to live. Tin Fangs took a deep breath. But One Wisp is also my disciple. I can't do anything to hurt him, and Zero can't do it either. Gyoza paused, then came back to his senses. Nourishment. One Wisp of Conical Growth? So that was how it was. Based on Conical Zero's current situation, his younger brother, Conical Growth One Wisp, was equivalent to an all-nourishing ginseng fruit. With one breath, he would have full health and mana. That won't do. Even if we capture One Wisp of Conical Growth, Conical Zero won't do anything to him. Gyoza scratched his head. Not to mention, the other party may not be willing to cooperate. But even if we have to tie him up, we have to tie him back. Without him, Conical Zero will die. Without Conical Zero, he may not die. Gyoza made a decision in his heart. You said that One Wisp of Conical Growth One Wisp is Conical Zero's nourishment, but you didn't explicitly say that one must die for the other to live. Gyoza was stunned. Both of them survived in their mother's womb, defeating their powerful instincts and curses. What about today, 17 years later? Gyoza continued. The vampire's curse on the hunters only extends to the battle before the twins are born. It does not extend to the twins' future lives. Since Brother Conical Growth has been born, then the curse has lost its effect. Even if one becomes nourishment, it's just a matter of letting out some blood. After all, Conical Zero only sucks blood, not humans. Gyoza shrugged. How much blood? How many times, and how much each time? As long as we ensure that One Wisp of Conical Growth One Wisp doesn't die, not only can we raise Conical Zero, but we can also protect One Wisp of Conical Growth One Wisp. Gyoza, Black Lord Huiyin. There's no need to choose at all, and there's no need to choose who to let die. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. With more feeding, Conical Zero will naturally be able to suppress the vampire's power. He can even fuse the two forces. Fuse? Fuse? Yes. Of course it has to be fused. Don't you see how many mainstream male novels have dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, chaotic spiritual roots, and Buddhism? As the male protagonist that he personally appointed, how could Conical Zero not be able to do such a simple thing? When he catches One Wisp of Conical Growth One Wisp, this radix isatitis that can cure all diseases, He will make Conical Zero a Mahayana stage ancestor in seclusion. At the same time, one wisp of conical growth, one wisp, who was far away in Tokyo, shuddered violently. In the blood of Kowloon plum soil, there was always a restless factor active. As long as he was not completely destroyed, then he was either on the way to causing trouble, or he was already in the process of causing trouble. Up until now, everything he had done had been steeped in blood and violence. He coveted and humiliated his own sister, targeted and killed his own brother. Even their daughter, Koran Yuheim, was not willing to let go. He only wanted to imprison this niece and use her as a substitute in the Koran tree, to become the blood bag that he needed. Even if he was locked up by the vampire hunters, it could not stop his desire to get out of prison. He decided to kill his way out at all costs. He must let this group of humans who trampled on his dignity die without a burial ground. However, Jalanli too didn't know that there was a golden retriever that was as fat as a ball right next to him. And this golden retriever had a beautiful name. It was Gilgamesh Gilgamesh was dug out from the coffin by the vampires. She should have been worshipped like an ancestor. However, he was disdainful and walked away arrogantly, ready to enjoy his long-lost freedom. But thanks to his golden law physique, when he entered the casino, people realized that whoever he followed would have good luck and be extremely lucky. As a result, Gilgamesh's existence ignited the greed of the gamblers. They even fought over him until their heads bled. In less than half a day, the casino was in chaos. Finally, a mafia boss who had been in Japan for a long time obtained the honor of taking away the Hero King. Because of the evil side of his character, Gilgamesh went with him with interest. He wanted to know if the evil in human nature could cover the black mud in the Holy Grail. As he wished, he met the abomination. As he expected, he was worshipped. As he expected, he became a new god. There were no fancy beatings from the owners, no sarcasm from his colleagues, no scramble for food. He received the most thoughtful service every day, listening to the compliments and filial piety of a group of villains, and eating plate after plate of delicious delicacies. After a month, he became fat and bald. 2 months later, he was crippled and lost his life. The mighty hero King Gilgamesh had become a fat ball-shaped dog. What would happen if his best friend saw this? Gilgamesh decided to give up this brothel of pleasure and devote himself to the long and difficult task of losing weight. After all, he had been wandering for long enough. If he did not find the owners, he would not be able to continue his days. But he never expected to be woken up by the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi in the middle of the night. When they saw his fat body and round face, they could not help but exclaim, "Gilgamesh, how did you become so fat? Gilgamesh, how could he, the mighty hero king, be fat? Are you all blind? This king is only suffering from edema today. It's just edema." He angrily pounced over and prepared to beat up Corgi. There was no other way. Uchiha Madara was not someone who could be bullied, so he could only vent his anger on Corgi. Unexpectedly, Corgi twisted his buttocks and suddenly did 12 sets of short kicks. After a series of moves, he accidentally tripped on the fat on his body and rolled out like a ball. Gilgamesh, it was unforgivable, but he really did not have the chance to take revenge. He was dragged out by a group of policemen by the ear and finally locked up in prison. Why would a dog go to prison? Because humans did not discuss the outcome of how to punish a dog equals he originally thought that the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi would take him away, but he did not expect that after waiting for the stars and the moon, the Mayuan next door would come, and the Kowloon plum soil next door would come. There was really no way to continue living like this. Gilgamesh decided to break out of prison tonight, but he had to let the two inhuman things next door help him attract the firepower. It had to be said that Gilgamesh deserved to have a physique of luck. As long as his faith was strong enough, any idea in his heart would come true one day. He was still hoping that Kowloon plum soil would cause trouble, but he heard a loud noise coming from the next door, shaking the whole prison. Kowloon plum soil's second prison break had begun. Gilgamesh was extremely excited. When a large wave of firepower was attracted by Kowloon plum soil, Gilgamesh instantly opened the gate of Babylon and used a rare precious artifact to chisel out a round dog hole in the hard wall. He nimbly got into the dog hole, spread his hooves, and suddenly jumped out. He felt that this was the breath of nature that Enkidu had mentioned. This was the smell of freedom. The wind was noisy and quickly rolled up his soft golden fur. Gilgamesh opened his eyes and was ready to find a foothold, but he found that his body was constantly falling. Gilgamesh was speechless. He looked back with difficulty and found that the place where they were locked up was on the edge of a cliff. The golden fur let out a shrill scream and fell heavily into the sea under the cliff. The Hanarun family's luxury cruise gradually left the shore. As the only son of the Hanarun family, Kazuhiko Hanarun's birthday naturally had to be grand. The Hanarun family had nothing except money. The Hanarun family lacked everything except money. Kazuhiko Hanarun invited his friends 1, 2, 3, and stood at the front of the luxury cruise with freshly squeezed watermelon juice in their arms. They looked down at the blue sea with calm eyes. "Do you want to fish?" Kazuhiko Hanarun asked. "Half of this sea area is owned by the Hanarun family. Whether it's fishing season or not, we can enjoy fishing." Kimimaro shook his head. Tiny Meatball, on the other hand, pulled Shinosuke Noara with him and went to play with the fishing rod. Kazuhiko Hanarun was the son of a large conglomerate after all. His eyes were extraordinary. Although he was young, he was like the Kengo Atobi of another world. His brain was bright and his senses were sharp. "Bafinkuen, are you really not willing to sign a contract with the artist agency under the Hanarun Corporation?" "You're very suitable, Bafinkuen." Kimimaro shook his head. "Not interested." "That's a pity." Kazuhiko Hanarun smiled without any worry. "Then, I can only sign something else. Have you heard of the legend of vampires?" "Ha ha ha, Grandpa Butler told me that there's a group called Vampires Young Pioneers. It's said that every member is a vampire." Kimimaro was stunned. Vampires Young Pioneers, this familiar naming method, this familiar formula, and the smell of dogs. Are they adults? At this moment, Tiny Meatball, who was at the front, suddenly screamed, "Oh my God, I actually caught a dog." The wet golden retriever was roughly dragged onto the deck, and it looked like it was exhaling more than it was inhaling. Shinosuke Noara squatted down curiously and poked it with his finger. "It's so fat. Is it edible? It looks so delicious." Half-dead Gilgamesh. He discovered that Kimimaro. Tiny Meatball threw away the fishing rod and carefully touched the golden retriever. "Is this a fur seal?" Gilgamesh. Chapter 171. Kowloon Plum Soil's second prison break. It was as if he was fleeing from the temple in a hurry. He punched the Nanshan nursing home. His feet kicked the Beihai kindergarten. With the superb posture of the 110m hurdles, he soared into the air above everyone's heads. He pulled out a standard split horse and flew over the madhouse. It was a pity that no matter how much he calculated, he could not compare to fate's brain twist. Kowloon Plum Soil never thought that even though he was wearing clothes worth tens of millions of yuan, it could not withstand the burst of the thread and the split in an instant. Accompanied by a soft, tearing sound, a large gap opened up in the crotch of his pants, and the cool wind drilled in through the gap. From the outside to the inside, it filled his lower body, causing Kowloon Plum Soil to shiver. It was impossible, even though he was the ancestor of the vampires, he was still a man. And as a man, the 2 tails of meat under his body was bound to be a fatal wound. He could clearly feel the trembling of his brother wrapped in his underwear. He could hear the surprised cries of the crowd below. He could deeply feel the coldness of the night wind rubbing against his butt. He was like a wild monkey in the zoo. Jump? He was being played on top of their heads. It was a great humiliation. Kowloon Plum Soil's mentality collapsed. He could no longer maintain his cool. His emotions were about to fluctuate. He angrily landed on the high wall. He turned his toes and turned 180 degrees. He turned his head and glared at the crowd coldly. He was about to use a group attack to destroy them, so that he could bury this dark history, but unexpectedly. The high wall had not been cleaned for a long time. Not only was there dust and mud, But there were also 2 green foxtails growing. Kowloon Plum Soil used too much force and could not stop his body. He could only fall, like a bird falling off a cliff. He looked up at the sky and danced. In a moment of carelessness, he fell into the thunderstorm net. In a flash, his hair stood on end, and his whole body twitched. He exhaled more than he inhaled, and his old life was half gone. The pure-blooded king, who was once feared and chased after by people, was now living a terrible life. In the past, he killed his brother and abused his sister. Today, no one gave him a hug even when his clothes were torn. It was obvious that there would always be a leopard in the end. The Duck King's glory was boundless, and he courted death by stepping on the bridge of helplessness. Kowloon Plum Soil escaped from prison for 5 minutes and was on the verge of death for 2 hours. When he opened his eyes, he was really thirsty and hungry. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance beside him. In an instant, his instincts took over his body. He pounced forward with bloodshot eyes, opened his fangs, and bit down fiercely. All of a sudden, a crisp cracking sound came from within the prison. His teeth had actually been forcefully broken. Kowloon Plum Soil. His mouth, Kowloon Plum Soil, King Soil Man, and bent down. And although vampires are strong and invincible, they are still the same as humans. A toothache is not an illness, but it really hurts. Translator, editor, editor, mountain as, king as,
King mountain river, as school as, man house as.
Do you think my mountain river is something that your teeth can bite through? Kowloon Plum Soil was extremely pitiful. He only knew that a portion of food had arrived, but he didn't know that the food came with Crane's Crown Red. He didn't know what the mountain-suppressing river was. All he knew was that when his teeth touched it, they were broken. This woman. Why was this woman in prison? Why? Naturally, he was here to steal vegetables. No, to harvest the plentiful fruits. Kowloon Plum Soil was a vampire, an evil one at that. However, it was undeniable that no matter how bad he was still a genuine pureblood, as rare as a giant panda. The humans did not know the true identity of Kowloon Plum Soil. They only thought that he was a dangerous terrorist, so they only captured him and locked him up. However, it did not mean that the Hunters Association did not understand it. They quickly took over Kowloon Plum Soil and Ichijo Ma Yuan and did their best to manage them. Now, the prison that Kowloon Plum Soil was staying in had a cage made of special materials. Even if he wanted to escape, he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Yi Gyoza had the privilege to visit the prison because of Conical Zero and the others. This time, not only did he want to collect blood from Plum Soil, but he also wanted to make use of him. As a vampire, Yi Gyoza did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Kalonli Tuesday. For a bastard like him who drank the blood of a dozen young girls at the start of the game, he should be punished with the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. What are you doing here? Kowloon Plum Soil was on high alert. His body was surrounded by black fog, a sign that he was about to explode. Yi Gyoza smiled. Save it. If we really fight, your small body won't be able to withstand my great strength. I'm here to set you free, and you don't appreciate it? Kowloon Plum Soil was silent, his eyes cold. Yi Gyoza reached behind his back and took out a stack of contracts. Sign it. Kowloon Plum Soil. Have you heard of the Hualuan conglomerate? There's a supernatural variety show that recently launched, and they need you to guest star as the villain. Yi Gyoza blinked innocently. If you perform well, I can consider reducing your sentence. If you don't perform well, then you can die on the show. After Jilan and Li Tu signed the contract, they took the opportunity when Yi Gyoza opened the door to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, Yi Gyoza was highly skilled in martial arts. He took out a pot lid and beat him up, knocking out all his teeth. Kowloon Plum Soil. He was really looking for his teeth all over the ground. Kowloon Plum Soil was someone who went back on his words, and Yi Gyoza was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. When he was completely enraged, even a pureblood couldn't withstand his beatings. Every punch landed on flesh, and there were no blind spots. Yi Jiuze fed Kowloon plum soil a spirit-severing pill and dragged this half-dead animal out. TSK, this pureblood hadn't been locked up for long, and he had escaped twice. Although he didn't succeed, it couldn't prevent him from escaping every few days. One couldn't rely on luck. If he really escaped, then there would be 2 cruel purebloods in the outside world. Therefore, rather than leaving him in prison, it was better to temporarily lock him up with Conical Zero. After a series of negotiations, Ijiuza successfully brought Kowloon plum soil back to Kurojo Gakuen. He called Master Huiyin and Yijechi to tie him up, then took out a syringe and a thermos cup, preparing to do it while it was still hot. Kowloon plum soil. At this moment, he once again recalled the fear of being dominated by a thermos cup. Vampires never sucked blood, but they didn't want to be sucked one day. Moreover, when the blood was placed in the thermos cup, it was sent to another level, E's mouth. Kowloon plum soil. Thermos cup for sucking blood. So particular. Ijiuza was so busy that he didn't even remember the missing MP4, nor did he have the energy to take care of the dog. In the morning, he was Conical Zero's nanny. In the afternoon, he was Kowloon plum soil's warden. In the evening, he was the manager of the young pioneers of the blood breeds. At night, he was a detective who tracked down purebloods. He was really fucking tired. Day and night were reversed for 5 days. Just as he was about to go crazy, Kimimaro came to him with a round golden retriever. He found him. When the child, who was growing taller by the day and already looked like a teenager, looked at him against the light, Ijiuza felt that the whole world had lit up. Kimimaro's white hair was draped over his shoulders. The coldness in his green eyes dissipated and became gentle. He had a smile on his face, gentle and kind, as harmless as a newborn deer. The gentle teenager, the gentle light. If he didn't have that fat yellow mutt by his side, the scene might have been even more beautiful. Sir. Kimimaro's eyes were curved. I missed you very much. Ijiuza was extremely touched. He immediately gave Kimimaro a brotherly hug and stretched out his hand to pat his back. I fucking missed you very much too. Kimimaro was speechless. It hurts a little. He put away his smile, grabbed the fur of the golden retriever, and pulled it to his side. He quietly diverted Ijiuza's attention. Right, sir. This is civilization. Ijiuza turned around and looked at the fat yellow mutt. His smile gradually disappeared, and his eyes gradually became horrified. His expression gradually became ghostly. WTF? This was civilization? No, it was too scary. How could there be a dog that not only had a double chin, but also a beer belly? How could it be? Oh my god. Look at those 4 pig trotters, authentic Jinhua ham. No, he was about to go blind. Civilization? Is your tail so heavy that you can't even lift it up? Oh fuck. Civilization? Did you fucking eat hormones? It was not until he saw the appearance of the golden retriever with his own eyes that Ijiuza truly believed that the dog he had seen on the big screen on the street was really the civilization he had raised. Oh my god, what kind of crazy things did those criminal gangs do to be able to feed a healthy and beautiful golden retriever into a rustic dog? What kind of crime had his civilization suffered that it didn't even look like a dog? No, no. I can't let civilization get any fatter. Ijiuza entrusted the litter of dogs in the dormitory to Kimimaro. He looked up at the time, grabbed the golden retriever, and ran straight to the moon hut. It was evening. It was time to launch the Blood Breed Young Pioneer Idol debut plan. The vampires did not agree with the so-called C-list debut plan. They claimed to be noble and elegant nobles. How could they engage in a profession that pleases others? However, Ijiuza's words did indeed stab them in the heart. If they couldn't walk the human world with a legitimate reason, who would know that they were elegant nobles? If they couldn't obtain food openly, they would forever be rats that everyone hated. If they couldn't righteously defend themselves, vampires would only be bloody and cruel animals in the eyes of humans. As for how to attract the attention of humans in the shortest amount of time, how to make humans feel their charm through their words and actions, how to use actions to prove the nature of the blood breed. Through a well-known TV show, Appearing on a colorful stage that was the most effective method was undoubtedly the most effective method. After arguing with Yigyoza for 2 to 3 days, they finally nodded and agreed to this plan. Yigyoza, on the other hand, went against their wishes and became their manager. Why? Lan Tangying's angry roar was still vivid in their minds. Bullshit. Yigyoza fired back verbally. The artist is a vampire, and the manager is a human. Isn't this the first step to getting along well with each other? All the vampires. What you said makes so much sense that we can't refute it. They followed Yigyoza's instructions and knew that they would be arranged to participate in a real-life supernatural show in the future. Fortunately, they were a group of unimaginable vampires. Due to their special nature, they didn't need to go through a long period of training. Therefore, the pro-human equipment set up in the moon hut, the treadmill, was basically useless. Thus, Yigyoza pried up his golden retriever and threw it towards the treadmill, setting it to the maximum speed. He calmly took out a whip from his pendant, held it tightly in his hand, and whipped it on the ground a few times. Listen, civilization. You're so fat that I can't even look at you. No bitch will like you like this. The golden retriever. I don't like bitches, you stupid woman. Gilgamesh was distracted and suddenly slid down the treadmill. Without another word, Yigyoza picked up the whip and lashed it at his buttocks. With a paw sound, the golden retriever screamed and climbed onto the treadmill in a matter of minutes. Gluttony was a momentary pleasure, but weight loss was a crematorium. Gilgamesh ran at a speed of a few hundred meters per hour, his fur standing on end. Whoa. Just you wait. When I lose weight, I'll show you. Pa pa pa, woo. Yigyoza whipped the fat golden retriever and shouted, even a pig is slimmer than you. Do you still have the face to be a dog? I'm telling you, son, to be civilized. From today onwards, you will only be eating boiled vegetables. The golden retriever howled miserably and slowed down. Yigyoza reacted quickly and lashed out with another whip. The Laladucks who were attracted by the scream. Yigyoza glanced around and sneered. He immediately whipped even more happily. In ancient times, there was killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Today, there was whipping a dog to frighten the ducks. As Conical Zero's cheat and the vampire's manager, he, Yigyoza, would never admit defeat. Yigyoza took out his flip phone and dialed the number of Hualuan Conglomerates Company. Emoshi. Yes, that's right. It's me. Yigyoza kicked the golden retriever's buttocks and sent him back onto the treadmill. I have an idea for a new program. Are you interested in listening? You flatter me. There's nothing new about it. Let's name it Fat Burning Project. Yigyoza stared at the golden retriever and said slowly, the theme of this program is, even dogs know how to lose weight, but you only know how to eat. Gilgamesh, I'm really not fat. I'm just swollen from being beaten by this hateful woman. It's just swollen. Pa. Chapter 172. Gilgamesh was indeed worthy of being the epic hero king. Even if he had turned into a fat mongrel, he could still become popular all over the world. Even if his limbs were as thick as pillars and his waist was as round as a barrel, his face was as fierce as a fool, he could still use his luck to the extreme and evolve into a physique of millions of people. A golden retriever running wildly on a treadmill through the broadcast of the island country's radio station, it successfully entered the screens of thousands of households. Like Apollo, the sun god, it brought the first ray of inspiration to the fat otaku. In this day and age, even dogs knew to work hard to lose weight, but they still thought about eating. It was too depressing. Many fat otaku abandoned the cola in their hands. They abandoned the newly bought Happy Bucket. They turned their heads and locked onto the channel, vowing to live like a human being. In just a few days, the channel's ratings kept rising. And with the golden retriever's exploding popularity, the fat had to be reduced. It had to be reduced even if it didn't equals Gilgamesh was speechless. Have you considered the feelings of the dog? Have you? The ratings rose with the tide. The star-making plan was in full swing. In the middle of the golden retriever's weight loss, the image on the television was no longer an innocent dog. From time to time, The cameraman would turn the camera. He would always, accidentally, capture the figure of Lan Tang-ing, and vampires were creatures full of charm. Even if only half of his face and back were revealed, they could attract the attention of men and women, old and young. Lan Tang-ing had become the dream of thousands of young girls. Seeing this, Igyoza and the firm came up with a plan. They were prepared to choose a day rather than a day, and to choose a day rather than a day, they would do it today equals with Igyoza's planning and the firm's arrangement. The young pioneers of the blood tribe and a fat dog made their debut. They appeared as a standard dark horse, stood in an extremely coquettish position, and used an unexpected method to firmly occupy the headlines of Japan. Everything was going according to plan and in an orderly manner. And in order to make this plan even more perfect, Igyoza smiled as he handed over the entire blood tribe young pioneers to the production crew. He then sent them to locations where paranormal incidents frequently occurred to film them for a month. 1 month was enough. Igyoza heaved a sigh of relief when the blood-breed young pioneers arrived at their destination. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the moon hut, a rare expression of seriousness on his face. Lan Tang-ing, Jia Yuan Shao, Ji Kue Qianli? Jia, this batch of level B was the most powerful existence in Kurojo Gakuen, and also the sharpest troop under the 9 Orchid Flower. The 9 Orchid Flower controlled them, and they were loyal to the 9 Orchid Flower. If he didn't use some tricks to send them away, they would definitely become the biggest variable in his plan. Igyoza never forgot his original intention. He wanted Conical Zero to become the child of destiny. He wanted him to have enough status and prestige so that he could rightfully sit in the highest position. Only when he became the king of the blood race would he be able to change the structure of this world. But there was a group of level B. In addition to a 9 Orchid pivot, all Shunling's path would only be more difficult. Even though hardships could temper a person's heart, he couldn't bear to see Conical Zero suffer anymore. He was only 17 years old, the same age as when he encountered the big change in his previous life. He wanted to help him. Igyoza wanted to help him get rid of the obstacles, but he wouldn't hurt people for no reason. Therefore, no matter how big a fanfare they were selling dog meat, how reasonable they were to build a plank road on the surface, let them make their debut. He didn't believe that when the vampires became famous and were entangled with trivial matters, they would still have the energy to help the 9 Orchid Flower stir up trouble. That was impossible. And after cutting off this batch of level B, without the 9 Orchid Flower, the moon hut would naturally be left with a group of masterless level C and level D. There were a lot of low-level vampires. So, this time, it was time for the villain Kowloon Plum Soil to make an appearance. Igyoza couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Deep in the forest, the black Tibetan Mastiff was covered with steel needle-like long hair, running through the forest like the wind, closely entangling with a dark shadow, but after a while, it lost him. The result of losing made him extremely angry, and he looked up to the sky and roared, shaking the birds in the forest. When Corgi followed with his short legs, Uchiha Madara was so angry that he was walking around in circles, with chakra lingering around his body, vaguely showing signs of going berserk. This is the 3rd time. Uchiha Madara stared with Scarlet Sharingan, showing his fangs. You can actually escape from me 3 times. Damn it. They have been pursuing special cases related to vampires for a long time, but they didn't expect to be tricked again and again. The ability of the other party is very treacherous. As long as there is darkness, he is like a fish in the water, and even under the cover of the Sharingan, he can break out of the encirclement and disappear without a trace. 3 times of pursuit. The first time was negligence, the second time was reckless, and the third time was too late to activate Tensei. He escaped all of them. If this happened in the Sengoku period, his failure rate would be enough to make him unable to be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. His strength is not bad. Edagawa Corgi kicked his legs. So, did you find anything in this fight? Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is darkness, he can get supplies. Uchiha Madara lowered his voice and barked. Also, the power fluctuations on his body are exactly the same as 9 Orchid Flowers. Corgi's ears pricked up and his eyes widened. 9 orchid flower? If I remember correctly, he seems to be a vampire? Only vampires understand vampires. Uchiha Madara dug the ground. It seems that we have to go back and find the owner. Only by figuring out the abilities of the person involved, the dog involved, can they better deal with the problem. So the question is, how are they going to find the owner? The two dogs spent a lot of effort before they finally found the owner's extremely recognizable, beautiful face from the internal database. It took them a long time to react. Why is it so troublesome to find the owner? Because the owner changed his name equals. The name that was filled in the column was clearly the domineering Leonardo Retian. Tibetan Mastiff, Corgi. It's still the same formula, the same taste equals. Yigyoza was busy all day, and after finalizing the new plan to capture conical growth one wisp, he dragged his tired body back to the dormitory building to rest. On the way back, he thought that since the other bed in the room was empty, he might as well let Kimimaro sleep there. But he didn't expect that after a few days of not returning to the dormitory building. When he stepped in, the windows were broken into pieces, the walls were cracked, the floorboards were shattered, the wallpaper was burnt, and even the overhead light was fucking broken. Oh fuck. No. How could this be? Yigyoza held his head in his hands and was deeply shocked by what he saw in front of him. It had been a long time, and his dogs didn't tear down the house. He thought that they would turn over a new leaf and become dogs again, but he didn't expect that after he left for a while, even the ceiling was about to collapse. The litter of dogs was gone, and so was Kimimaro. Looking around the whole room, there was only Yigyoza's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction of the balcony. He saw Saishomaru, who had disappeared for a long time, leaning against the fluffy tail, taking a nap with his eyes half closed. Facing the slightly tipsy night wind and starlight, he seemed to feel something, and suddenly opened his eyes, looking straight at him. At this moment, the moonlight was hazy, and the waves were gentle. His silver hair was gently lifted, and there was an ambiguous aura flowing out. That pair of dark golden eyes reflected his figure, and it was filled with only one person. Yigyoza didn't expect that after that night, before he could think about how to face Saishomaru, the other party would suddenly appear in front of him and forcefully barge into his life, catching him off guard. The accident happened unexpectedly, and his astonishment and surprise couldn't be hidden from Saishomaru's eyes. The nobleman got up, and his movements were elegant and reserved. He stared at his prey, and walked towards her step by step with a strong aura. Yigyoza. He was completely dumbfounded. His mind was suddenly filled with dirty thoughts. Oh fuck. A man and a woman alone, in ruins, on a broken bed. Wasn't it the perfect combination of yin and yang? No. He couldn't think about it anymore. This wasn't some short movie in an MP4. It wasn't a scene full of scum. Who knew that before he could say anything, Saishomaru opened his palm, and in his snow-white palm, there was a familiar MP4. Yigyoza. Saishomaru lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. He just reached out, opened the MP4, and dug out the short movie inside. Yigyoza. You like this? Yigyoza. Nanny, spare me. Don't expose it. Chapter 173. As the saying goes, you give me some leeway, I'll give you some face. With the most basic sympathy between people, why do you have to declare things that are difficult to say and hurt each other? In Yigyoza's opinion, if this was in the past, at most, he would smile at the pornographic films, and he could even count the rankings of actresses. He would recommend a few good movies to his big brother who had been single for 400 years. If that unexpected incident had not happened, it would not have been strange for him to see Saishomaru rubbing his pipe when he pushed the door open. Perhaps he would even play a small movie for him. He would have also prepared a soft tissue. However, the boat of friendship capsized at a whim, the speedboat of a date leaked at a whim, and his wet nurse vomited milk at a whim equals ever since his brain went haywire and he gave Saishomaru a tube. The development of this situation had become a winding path. He was so dizzy that he almost couldn't even remember what the woman looked like. Time had passed for a long time, but as long as he faced Saishomaru, Igyoza couldn't help but feel flustered and short of breath. It was as if he owed him. But if he really wanted to be particular, it was clearly him who was wearing a woman's skin, doing the work of rubbing him. He was the one who did the work. He was also the one who was taken advantage of, no matter how he thought about it. He felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Why did this brother still have a paralyzed face that said, "The whole world owes me innocence"? Why did he have? Igyoza turned into a roaring horse in his heart, but at the critical moment, he was terrified, because he knew in his heart Saishomaru liked to be straightforward and couldn't stand being teased. Once he was teased too much, the other party would most likely be serious with a loaded gun. What should he do at that time? He would still be able to serve him? Oh, fuck. It was simply. A man's brain was all in the lower half of his body. When he was comfortable with him, it would be like smoothing the fur of a wild beast. The other party would only taste the marrow and ask for more. If this went on again and again, perhaps one day he would not be able to protect his integrity. Looking at Saishomaru's current appearance, there was no trace of the cold and oppressive aura he had when they first met. In just one night, this guy had already learned how to watch porn without a teacher. He even used the porn to tease a fake woman like him. Just a simple "you like this" was enough to make his skin crawl and his hair stand on end. As long as he answered, "I like it," would he be thrown onto the only broken bed left in the room, paddling with the wet nurse, pushing the waves away in a small boat? Igyoza. No, stop. It's too coquettish. I can't hold it. Igyoza kept a straight face and said calmly, "No, I'm an upright person. Actually, I don't like this at all." Saishomaru. An upright person? The look in his eyes was a little subtle. He knew that Igyoza was just shooting her mouth off, so he didn't take her nonsense to heart. Demons, especially great demons, had always liked to cut straight to the point. Since he had doubts in his heart, instead of wasting time guessing, it was better to catch the person and ask her. He did care about her, and wanted to get close to her. Even if she was a real human, it couldn't stop the hidden desire in his heart. So he wanted to understand what she liked? But she had chosen to lie to him. If you don't like it, there's no need to keep it. Saishomaru put away the MP4 and clenched his 5 fingers. With a crack sound, the metal body of the MP4 was crushed into a ball of scrap and rolled on the ground along his hand. Igyoza. The wet nurse is cruel QAQ. If you don't like it, don't touch it in the future. For the first time, Saishomaru smiled coldly. You're an upright person. So, you won't lie to me, right? The silver-haired demon approached him step by step. His eyes were soul-stirring. The distance between them gradually shortened, as if the whole space was shrinking, and every corner was filled with the strong smell of the other party. Igyoza couldn't help but step back, and accidentally touched the corner of the wall. There's no way out Igyoza. If you lie to me. Saishomaru didn't continue. He just raised his hand and gently stroked her neck, his golden eyes full of warning. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Igyoza. I understand the logic, but I just want to ask, when did you learn to do wall leaning? Saishomaru's sharp fingertips pressed against her artery, and he asked softly, Then what do you like? Igyoza replied dryly, Keeping a dog. Saishomaru narrowed his eyes. The touch of his fingertips wouldn't lie to him. Her blood was speeding up, and her temperature was rising. Her eyes were wandering, and she must have found many excuses to fool him. What a woman who deserved to be taught a lesson. Saishomaru's hand slowly moved down, and he untied her belt little by little. What do you like? Igyoza. Saishomaru didn't have any fancy thoughts, he just wanted to scare her. But Saishomaru didn't expect that Igyoza's clothes were very strange today, and he couldn't untie the belt. Seeing this, Igyoza was suddenly full of confidence. What I like is none of your business. Saishomaru raised his eyes slightly, and reached out his poison flower claw to dissolve the whole belt. What do you like? Igyoza. Was it so important what he liked? There was no end to it. I like money. Igyoza's hand reached behind him, and he wanted to draw his long sword, but Saishomaru's hand seemed to have eyes, and he twisted his wrist. I like to look at beautiful women. Ichioza suddenly raised his knee to hit the other's vital part, but he didn't know that Saishomaru was wearing armor, which was not only hard, but also protected his crotch. Therefore, with this one kick, Ichioza felt that his knee was about to be crippled. Seeing that the movement was too big, Saishomaru's face became colder and colder. After all, it was a serious matter to attack the crotch, and any man couldn't bear it. Before the king flew into a rage, Ichioza thought that he could still be saved. And the most lethal thing for a woman to a man should be, I like you. I like you. For a moment, the whole commotion in the room stopped, and the room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Ichioza raised his head, and what he saw was Saishomaru's slightly stunned expression, and his beautiful golden eyes suddenly widened. Their different eyes reflected each other, and they could smell each other's breaths intimately. It was clearly just a bluff, but for some reason, after saying I like you, even his heart beat uncontrollably. Ichioza couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Saishomaru suddenly let go of his hand, turned his back, and strode out. Boring. Ichioza. The moment he was about to step out of the door, the silver-haired demon paused and turned around again. I allow you to like me. Ichioza opened his dead fish eyes. Oh, do I need to say thank you? Saishomaru. By the way, where are my dogs? Ichioza looked around. I clearly asked Kimimaro to take care of them. They are at the top of Mount Fuji. Ichioza. Huh? What? They destroyed the house, so they should be punished. Saishomaru naturally threw the blame to the dogs. So, I sent them to the top of the mountain. Even if they came back halfway, they couldn't explain anything. After all, they were just dogs now. 9 orchid flowers' plan was very simple. It focused on provoking a battle between humans and vampires until one side overwhelmed the other. The original 9 orchid flower was a noble pure-blood emperor, an ancestral vampire that was rarely resurrected. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't hide the fact that he was cursed by Kowloon plum soil. Now that the original was replaced, 9 orchid flower not only took his status, power, and life, but also inherited this damn curse. Originally, he had a powerful weapon like Conical Zero. As long as he trained him well, he would definitely be able to kill plum soil one day in the future. But he never expected that there was a werewolf standing behind Conical Zero. The weight suddenly increased, and the scale immediately lost balance. If he wanted to use Conical Zero again, he would have to fight with the werewolf first. It was a business that could only lose money. He couldn't kill plum soil, Conical Zero couldn't be touched, Canon Hikarakura was a failure, and the vampires in the Moon Hut could only be killed when they encountered Kowloon plum soil. Since no one could be used by him, then he could only let all humans die with him, provoking a conflict between vampires and humans to the point where they would fight to the death. When that time came, someone would naturally kill Kowloon plum soil, and he just needed to find a coffin and sleep. After 100 years, who would still remember the legend of vampires? Killing with a borrowed knife for his own benefit. Chapter 174. 9 Orchid Flower created panic. He did not hide his inhuman methods. The victims were sucked to death after death. They would also turn into bloodthirsty monsters. A series of unscientific supernatural phenomena broke the illusion of atheism. The urban legend about the evil vampire became more and more intense. 9 Orchid Flower would not commit crimes endlessly due to the convenience of a pureblood. He could always find the place where the vampires gathered in the shortest time. There, most of them were Level E and Level D gathering places. They were inferior, but there were many of them. He revealed the existence of vampires to humans. As for the inferior vampires, they would be the first targets. Although their physical fitness was good, they did not have enough money and power to protect themselves. And due to the influence of instinct, they had to go out to hunt for food for a period of time. It was possible to attract the firepower of humans. When humans targeted the suspect and worked together to kill him, both mentally and physically, they would be overwhelmed by a great sense of accomplishment, thus bursting with an uncontrollable desire to challenge. Look, so what if it was a vampire? Weren't they still killed? Since the level D could be destroyed, it could be assumed that the vampires above this level were also monsters that could be destroyed. With such arrogant and ridiculous thoughts, sooner or later, humans would fight against the inferior vampires who united to survive. Sooner or later, they would fight against the purebloods who were enraged and started a massacre. War would sweep through the world. Blood would definitely drown the world. When the corpses were everywhere, he chose to sleep amidst the gunfire. If humans won, then there would be no more vampires in the world. The destruction of the inferior species, the death of the superior purebloods, everything would become a legend again. And when he woke up, he would only have to face a group of humans. If the vampires won, then there would be no humans in the world. They would become the food of the vampires, raised like livestock, without any freedom. And when he woke up, he would only have to face a group of vampires. However, he was the highest level of the vampires, the ancestor of the pureblood. Direct and powerful bloodline suppression. No one could resist his rule. He could easily reap the fruits of victory and proclaim himself as king. Be it the former or the latter. To him, they were all good choices, as long as he could outlive his original body to death and truly replace him. 9 Orchid Flower shook his robe and disappeared into the dark night. He didn't believe that his main body could still be safe and sound after such a great battle. Even if he could bear to see the extinction of the blood race, he would never allow his beloved sister's life to be threatened. Master Black Yuheim was already 16 or 17 years old. It was only a matter of time before she regained her vampire identity. At that time, the guns of the humans would be aimed at her, and how could she stay out of it? Yes, just like that, for the sake of Yuheim, against the entire human race. Will you be able to survive? 9 Orchid Flower. 9 Orchid Flower curls up into a ball and feels the cold wind at the top of Mount Fuji. He really didn't expect that Saishomaru was a dog that would turn against him so easily. He didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. The people present were all elites who had lived for thousands of years. Even if they hadn't eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. Saishomaru was only 400 years old, and he was a straightforward person. He couldn't hide his thoughts. As for Saishomaru's hidden covetousness towards their owner, they saw through it but didn't say anything, letting him suffer. But they really didn't expect this guy to be so jealous. This was clearly the owner's MP4, okay? This was clearly the owner's favorite toy, okay? This was clearly the owner's wretched personality, okay? They were just curious for a moment, Why, in Saishomaru's eyes, it became a group of disgusting, greasy old men openly playing porn in a young girl's room. Saishomaru, are you blind? He actually pretended to join them, and after familiarizing himself with the operation of the MP4, he snatched it away, pulled out a bright green whip, and whipped them up and down. Are you still the Bai Shaochai who wanted to bite the owner to death? You openly betrayed the organization. The room gradually broke into pieces, turning into a messy battlefield. At this moment, Kimimaro pushed the door open and coincidentally saw the scene of him whipping the dog. Saishomaru, Kimimaro. In order to silence them, Saishomaru took out the manifestation that he had never used before from his waist. With just a light wave, the scene suddenly changed. By the time they reacted, they found themselves submerged in the snow and were at a loss. Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji. It was nearly 4,000 meters above sea level, and the snow on the top of the mountain didn't melt all year round. The north wind blew so hard that even the fluffy dog fur was frozen. The man and the 3 dogs leaned against each other, shivering in the cold. They really miscalculated. They didn't expect that the Zanpakuto had the ability to transfer space. However, the mysterious and unpredictable power of space was indeed Saishomaru's style. If they remembered correctly, his other saber also had the ability to open up the underworld path. Manifestation. Time and space are unpredictable, and the form is never fixed. It's indeed the meaning of manifestation. Yoshi Asakura barked softly. It was clearly a serious tone, but when it came out of the dog's mouth, it sounded soft, pitiful, and extremely weak. There's vitality and the aura of death on him. It's too thick, and I can't see his past or future. Yoshiasakura muttered to himself, reversing life and death, controlling time and space. This is already an ability that's close to the domain of gods. How is that possible? He's a demon. How can he have divinity? Apart from that high school student, which one of us can be judged by common sense? Aizen suddenly spoke in a calm tone. You used Earth to become the psychic king. Aren't you a god? Yoshiasakura was slightly stunned. I used Hogyoku to become the psychic king. Aren't I a god? Even that unreliable fellow Gilgamesh has divinity. Even Uchiha Madara, who's a human, has divinity. Aizen turned to look at Kimimaro. He knew that this child didn't understand dog language, so he didn't avoid it. Look closely at Kimimaro. Even if he's a child, his bloodline is mixed with powerful divinity. Otsutsuki was the blood descendant of Kagaya. The inheritance of the corpse bone bloodline was vividly reflected in Kimimaro. Yoshiasakura completely calmed down, and his brain began to work frantically. That's right. The same goes for Nine Orchid Flower. Nine Orchid Flower's bloodline was a direct descendant of Cain, and Cain was the direct descendant of the legendary god. Didn't you notice? All of us who have divinity and potential will gather around the owner at the same time. Aizen's eyes flickered, and the aura around her can speed up our evolution. Nine Orchid Flower's eyes darkened. Then, why are we gathered here? What does evolution mean? What does the owner know? She might not know. Aizen analyzed. We disappeared, and the people who replaced us appeared. They took away our things, and the owner destroyed them one by one. As for evolution, what will we become at the end of our evolution? Aizen's lips curled up slightly. Yoshiasakura and Nine Orchid Flower said at the same time, Gods? Yes, gods. Aizen guided them patiently. If that's the case, what's the reason? What kind of person has the ability to arrange the whole situation and spend so much effort to make us gods? Yoshiasakura and Nine Orchid Flower's expressions changed slightly. It can only be gods. Only a life form of a higher level than them could control their lives and the situation they were in. If we think about it from another perspective, we can't be considered good people. Aizen smiled, revealing the fangs on his face. In fact, we can be considered villains who will do anything to achieve our goals. But why would that person not care about our temperament or our past, but still go through so much trouble to make us evolve? Nine Orchid Flower sucked in a breath of cold air. Because there's an even more terrifying enemy? Yoshiasakura's heart skipped a beat. Does he need help? Information is limited, so it's hard for me to guess. Aizen shook off the snow on his body and looked into the distance. I only know that it's not just us. Even the owner is becoming stronger. Just like a chess piece entering a game, the situation has begun to change, but I don't understand. What role does this child, Shinichi Kudo, play? He's clearly just the most ordinary human. Only by understanding the greatest use of Shinichi Kudo could he guess the meaning behind the gods. The three dogs barked one after another for a while, then got up and followed Kimimaro down Mount Fuji. White snow fell from the low temperature of the sky. All traces of them had been completely covered. When the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi sneaked into Kurojo Gakuen under the cover of night and sniffed out the owner's scent, they found that she had already placed her sword in front of her. She was staring warily at the white-haired, coquettish woman in front of her, and she was firmly protecting the silver-haired, thin boy behind her. On the other side, Kowloon Plum Soil still had one breath left, and he was struggling at death's door. This was a dark, damp, and cold dungeon. The surroundings were engraved with complicated spells, and circles of golden ripples spread out. The white-haired, coquettish woman was wearing a kimono, and her eyes were faint. She stared straight at Yigyoza. You look delicious. Thank you for the compliment. Yigyoza put on a fake smile. He knew that the pureblood in front of him was not a good person. It's so late. Please go back. But I want to take my prey away. Are you going to stop me? Canon Hikarakura reached out and pointed at Conical Zero and Kowloon Plum Soil. They are all my prey. If you stop me, you will die. Tisk, how should I put it? Yigyoza wondered for a while. I have no right to interfere with your private life. I know that you vampires are physically strong, and it's not a problem for you to get 2 men at night. But Canon Hikarakura was speechless. What was she talking about? But if you're picking prey, you should at least pick something of higher quality. Yigyoza opened his mouth. Look at that Kowloon plum soil. He's really not a good guy. His face is the only attractive part of his body. The rest of his body is useless. Actually, if you want to have a soul-deep conversation with the male protagonist, Conical Zero, I don't object. But why are you adding Kowloon plum soil? You don't even have to pay for your phone. Buy one get one free. A beauty looking for the male protagonist late at night could only be to develop a relationship. Regardless of whether this beauty had a feud with the male protagonist in the past, according to the law of novels, she would eventually fall in love with the male protagonist and fall in love with him to death. He had no intention of stopping the male protagonist from having a romantic encounter, but a threesome would not be beautiful. Let's not talk about anything else. Kowloon Plum Soil's private life is very dirty. Not only does he sleep with 10 women at night, but he also fucking slept with hundreds of women in a day. Yigyoza, a single person, strongly criticized. What if he's sick? I don't care if you want to hook up with Kowloon Plum Soil for one night, but don't drag Conical Zero into this. But you chose Conical Zero, please don't choose Kowloon Plum Soil. Let me tell you, I've seen him before. He's only 5 centimeters tall. Yigyoza did not hesitate to throw dirty water at him. Thumbelina. Canon Hikarakura was speechless. Although he did not know why she brought up this topic, it was inevitable that this question appeared in Canon Hikarakura's mind. Was Kowloon Plum Soil really only 5 centimeters tall? Conical Zero was speechless. No wonder there were so few purebloods. So it was because it was difficult to reproduce? Kowloon Plum Soil was speechless. Chapter 175. During the days when the 9 orchid flower was not around, the vampires of the Kurojo Gakuen were leaderless. This huge force that was left behind instantly changed from an airtight iron bucket to a delicious cake that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. As a pureblood queen, Canon Hikarakura, it would be unfair to her if she did not make a move. Crazy? DGS brutal title. Since the 9 orchid flower had taken the initiative to leave the territory, T blame her for doing whatever she wanted. She wanted to take away the descendant that she had created with her own hands, Conical Zero, and she planned to use his aptitude to nurture him into the sharpest killing machine. Although she had a different position from the 9 orchid flower, she had the same goal as the 9 orchid flower, to kill Kowloon Plum Soil. However, if a pureblood killed another pureblood, he would be haunted by a terrible curse for the rest of his life. He could neither live nor die. Even if he fell into eternal sleep, he could not get rid of this bone maggot. Therefore, whether it was she or the 9 orchid flower, they both needed Conical Zero/S help to get rid of Plum Soil. It was also because of their selfish desires and plans that ultimately led to the tragedy of half of Conical Zero/S life. But now, the 9 orchid flower had left his job and no one knew where he had gone. Naturally, in order not to give up halfway, Canon Hikarakura would take over Conical Zero until he had the ability to hunt Plum Soil. In the eyes of Canon Hikarakura, the power of the 9 orchid flower, the awakening of the Black Master Yuheim, the nurturing of Conical Zero, the life of Kowloon Plum Soil, were all things that she wanted, even if she was stopped by the werewolf. She also wanted to kill the obstacle and seize the results she wanted. And now, Yigyoza was blocking in front of her. Canon Hikarakura gently licked his fingers. Even the curve of his lips was rather cold. What a babbling little girl. Whatever my motive for taking them away, it's not something you can guess. You are a werewolf. But can the years and battles you've experienced compare to a pureblood who has lived for thousands of years? Canon Hikarakura's eyes emitted a blood-red glow, which was the sign of a vampire wanting to eat. Now is the time. Let's go. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Her fingernails suddenly expanded, as if they were shooting out small knives, inconceivably sharp. She stared at Igyoza, and the look in her eyes became even more dangerous. You're not leaving? How naive. I'm not leaving. Igyoza gripped his sword tightly, not daring to move at all. You're really an idiot, Canon Hikarakura. No matter what your purpose is in coming here today, you have successfully attracted my attention. You're a lollipop duck. No matter how long you've lived or what kind of food you've eaten, can you compare to a human who's been struggling in society? Take this opportunity to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen later. Igyoza retorted. You're not leaving? How stupid. Canon Hikarakura. She finally understood that if she didn't want to faint from anger like Kowloon plum soil, she couldn't give Igyoza time to speak. Because, in terms of talking, she was no match for her at all. To deal with Igyoza, she should lock her mouth and attack directly. She should use violence to break through her defense and force her to never have a chance to finish reading. Canon Hikarakura was a person of action. She would do what she thought. Suddenly, her figure disappeared from the spot, and her extended fingertips locked on to Igyoza's eyebrows. She attacked as fast as she could, as if she was going to pierce through Igyoza's head in the next second and twist it off. Unfortunately, although she was fast, Igyoza was even faster. In the arena, it was almost a pure Yang's instinct to use the protective, mountain-crushing river. Although the skill, standby for 5 minutes, use for 8 seconds, was a bit of a scam, it was indeed invincible. Igyoza put the mountain-crushing river on himself, and Canon Hikarakura's hand instantly attacked. Unfortunately, she stabbed the special-grade mountain-crushing river Golden Bell Shield. As the saying goes, the effect of force is mutual. Not only did Canon Hikarakura's killer move not hurt Igyoza at all, but her fingernails, finger bones, and even her arm was limp at the side of her body. It seemed that the injury was not light. Seeing that Canon Hikarakura's right arm was destroyed, Igyoza stood in the mountain-crushing river calmly and slowly used Life Tai Chi. He activated his purple chi and used 9 revolutions return to 1 to force Fei Yingxian back. Then, he took out his walk lid and used shield flight. Who would have thought that this walk lid would fly at the wrong angle, and it would actually break Fei Yingxian's nose? Canon Hikarakura, Igyoza. For vampires, the bridge of the nose was also an extremely vulnerable spot. Canon Hikarakura had never encountered such a fighting style. She was disfigured in less than 3 rounds. However, the worst was yet to come. Igyoza didn't attack again. He used 7 stars encirclement to immobilize Canon Hikarakura. Then, he carried her like a sack and dragged the sack to Conical Zero's dormitory and stuffed it under Conical Zero's bed. He smiled at Canon Hikarakura. Actually, I wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Igyoza looked at Canon Hikarakura like the Virgin Mary. Great, Conical Zero finally has a second blood bag. Canon Hikarakura, blood bag? Then, she saw Igyoza take out a thermos cup and a slender syringe. Canon Hikarakura. After Canon Hikarakura disappeared, Conical Growth received a call in the Moon Hut's dormitory. The other party's voice was clear and undisguised. Almost the moment she picked up the phone, Conical Growth knew who she was. She was Igyoza, the one who stole the goose and falsely accused him, forcing him to pay for it. That was a goose worth $100,000. $100,000. If it weren't for Canon Hikarakura, he might have been buried in the Ichijo family's storage room. She had clearly done such an outrageous thing to him, yet she still had the cheek to make this call. What was she up to this time? It was most likely not a good thing. As it turned out, there really wasn't anything good to talk about where Igyoza appeared. The other party grabbed the phone and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Canon Hikarakura is in my hands. Don't doubt the news you heard. I have no reason to lie to you. Conical Growth tightened his grip on the phone. What do you want? What can I do? As long as you contribute 300 cubic centimeters of blood to me, I'll let go of your dear Canon Hikarakura. If he let go, he could capture him again. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang captured Meng Hua 7 times. He didn't ask for a 7, but a 2 should be enough. Conical Growth frowned. How can I be sure that you'll let him go if I contribute my blood? How can I be sure that you'll give me your own blood if I let him go? Yi Jiuzi retorted. Conical Growth, money in one hand, goods in the other. We operate in good faith and don't cheat anyone. Yi Jiuzi scratched his feet. It's a small business. Customers follow their heart. Conical Zero. He gritted his teeth and chose to go in the end. Yi Jiuzi decided to let Canon Hikarakura go. After all, she was the enemy who killed Conical Zero's parents. This irreconcilable enmity should be settled by Conical Zero himself. The only problem was that Canon Hikarakura had bitten Conical Zero and fed him his own blood, turning him into a level 1. And the level that is transformed in this way would feel close to the pure blood that converted them. It was like serving one's parents, meeting one's respected teacher, and serving one's master. It settles with the blood. It bursts with the instinct. Its levelly couldn't refuse the band-tightening curse, and at the same time, it was something that bound him for life. It could be said that as long as there was this special layer of fetters, just like how 9 orchid flower could never kill Kowloon plum soil, Conical Zero could never kill Canon Hikarakura. Unless Conical Zero drank Canon Hikarakura's blood again, he wouldn't have enough foundation to dilute the level. Only with the control of Yi's instinct could it be possible to reach the highest position step by step. Now, Canon Hikarakura's blood was in his hands. Since it was in his hands, he wouldn't make things difficult for a girl. He would let her go if he could, so that he wouldn't feel guilty. He needed Conical Growth's wisp to make up for the remaining amount. When Conical Growth's wisp finally arrived and Yi Jiuzi got the blood, Conical Zero's evolution was put on the agenda. Like feeding a child, Yi Jiuzi tried every possible way to persuade Zhue Shengling to drink his younger brother's blood. He wasn't sure if this amount was enough, but if it wasn't, he would try his best to get another jar. The first half of Conical Zero's life was miserable, and Yi Jiuzi couldn't bear to see him suffer. Chapter 176. Yi Jiuzi had never expected this. Conical Zero, who had the plot to level up the male lead, had to experience a severe, difficult birth before he could take his revenge on the scum. When Conical Growth's blood poured into his throat, it was like a group of tadpoles wagging their tails as they rushed towards an egg cell. Fertilization would be successful in minutes. When the hunter and vampire's dual powers began to merge, for example, a fertilized egg rolls and implants in the uterus. They reacted violently. Become one. Become the crystallization of love equals. However, the troublesome crystal grew rather fast. After it established an umbilical cord-like connection with Conical Zero, it split into countless brand new cells in an explosive manner. Conical Zero, the pregnant woman, was sweating profusely from the pain. He twitched and roared. In his agitation, he even smashed the chains that bound him. He let out a blood-curdling screech as a terrifying power seeped out from his body like a layer of black, corrosive substance. It melted his clothes into tatters. However, the male lead was still the male lead. Even if his clothes were to be torn apart during the advancement, he would still be able to leave a pair of boxer briefs with the help of the halo. At least he wasn't completely exposed. However, looking at Conical Zero's boxers, Yi Jiuzi's expression suddenly turned serious. He slowly approached Conical Zero. She slowly squatted down beside him. He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the youth's shoulder. He asked worriedly, "Conical Zero, are you all right? Stay away from me." Conical Zero clenched his teeth, trembling with pain. "I'll hurt you. I'm fine. If it hurts like hell, bite something." Yi Jiuzi began to test the waters. "Look at that chain. It's strong, durable, and thick. Bite it in your mouth, and it will definitely help you. Sturdy, durable, thick." Why is this woman's words filled with color? Not only was it spicy to the ears, but it was also very spicy. Zhui Shengling gritted his teeth. You. Go. Away. Good brother. I have to help you at this crucial moment. I'm just talking to you to divert your attention. Conical Zero took a deep breath and trembled. What do you want to say? Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask you something. Yi Jiaza looked at his boxers and said in a low voice, Tell me, where did you buy such high-quality underwear? Conical Zero. I feel suffocated. You know, I'm a damage dealer. When I'm bored, I like to fight. If this was a fight, the more intense it was, the more one's shirt would be torn. You see, I'm a girl. It's so embarrassing to reveal my shirt. If the enemy is a man and I'm so beautiful, wouldn't it be a great loss? Yi Jiaza said logically. If the enemy was a woman, with my good figure, she would be ashamed to death. Conical Zero. The darken value is gradually increasing equals. It's obvious how important it is to have a set of high-quality underwear. Yi Jiaza smacked his lips. When that time comes, even if someone wants to do bad things to me, they will find that they can't tear my underwear. That image. Yi Jiaza suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, only to see Zhui Shengling suddenly turn her head and bite her wrist. Ah, it hurts. Brother, let go. Traces of blood seeped into Conical Zero's mouth. Yi Jiaza wanted to cry but had no tears. I've just gotten the rabies vaccine, and you're biting me again. What vaccine should I get if I'm bitten by a lollipop duck? Wah! Yi Jiaza let out a loud woof as tears and mucus flowed down his face. Conical Zero moved his mouth away coldly. You're the one who said to let me bite something. But I didn't ask you to bite me. Huh? Did I force you to put your hand on my shoulder? Yi Jiaza, you're really something. I've worked hard to raise you up with human blood and pure blood, and you still dare to bite me. You're rebelling. Yi Jiaza stopped and glared at him. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Since you drank my blood, you should. Tell me, what does my blood taste like? Does it taste good? Conical Zero. When his head starts to hurt, the pain in his body is really nothing. But this blood is really fragrant. It took Conical Zero a full 3 hours to finally give birth to the disgusting Crystal, an ultimate vampire hunter with the Super Scion template. Although it was a bit difficult to give birth, at least both mother and child were safe. Fuck, what the hell is that dark shadow behind him? It's too scary. Yi Jiaza was horrified to find that Conical Zero was still the same Conical Zero, but the shadow behind him had undergone a shocking change. It was as if it had become a living creature, with black fangs and claws growing out, like a demon from hell. The long sword was unsheathed, drawing a sharp arc in the air. Zhui Shengling suddenly pressed down on her hand and shook his head. It's nothing. It's just energy materialization. That demonic shadow swayed, looking extremely terrifying. I've sucked the blood of a lot of purebloods, 9 orchid flower, Kowloon plum soil, and Canon Hikarakura. Conical Zero closed his eyes, and sweat slid down his cheeks. They have mixed powers, but they made me level D. Level D. Yi Jiaza was slightly stunned. E to level D. Although it was only a small step forward, it was a qualitative leap in the blood breed society. At least, Conical Zero would no longer be level. E's appetite would control his rationality, and he would no longer be ostracized by the vampire's hierarchy. However, compared to this, Yi Jiaza was more concerned about, you're saying that the blood of purebloods helped you evolve to level D? Yi Jiaza looked at him. If you continue to suck the blood of purebloods, it can also help you evolve to level C? Conical Zero shook his head. I'm not sure. There's no need. The youth slowly looked up at her. I don't want to completely become a high-level vampire. Also, I need to rest now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhui Shengling's body suddenly leaned forward and fell down without any warning. Yi Jiaza supported him steadily, brushed his sweaty hair, and sighed heavily. Children, after all, are troublesome. Old father, you have to worry all day long. Yi Jiaza didn't expect the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi to come back so suddenly. He just pushed open the door of the shabby dormitory and saw not only Saishomaru sitting inside, but also 2 dogs squatting obediently. The Tibetan Mastiff barked at Saishomaru in a low voice, and Corgi also responded by the side. Gyoza was surprised. He only knew that Saishomaru was a dog demon, but he didn't think that dogs and dogs could also talk. He was curious about what they were talking about. Although with Saishomaru's cold personality, he might not necessarily answer his question, but what if the nanny was in a good mood today? Gyoza leaned over and stroked the Tibetan Mastiff's black fur first, and then patted Corgi's head. Why are they barking at you? Uchiha Madara stared at Saishomaru warily. Corgi stared at Saishomaru as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Whether he could enjoy the treatment of a human again tonight depended on how Saishomaru answered. Saishomaru stood up coldly. What do you think? You are their master. Gyoza thought carefully and felt that it made sense. In his previous life, he could quarrel with huskies without panting, so he must be proficient in dog language and had passed level 10. Moreover, as a dog owner, if he couldn't even guess the thoughts of his own dog, he would be too incompetent. Therefore, he carefully observed the dog's expression. Although he couldn't see any clues from the dog's furry face, since he wanted to act cool, he would do it thoroughly. I understand. Gyoza looked very serious. So that's what you mean? He stood up with an inscrutable expression, as if he had really seen through something. This expression not only attracted the attention of the two dogs, but also attracted Saishomaru's attention. Saishomaru's low voice entered his ears, successfully making Gyoza's heart tremble. What do you understand? Gyoza knew that the fish had bitten the hook and could be lifted. What do you think? You are their kind. Saishomaru, Uchiha Madara, Hidagawa Corgi. This round ball, after being kicked over, was kicked back untouched equals sure enough. A man could never reason with a woman. After all, no matter how reasonable he was at the beginning, in the end, it still became unreasonable. Gyoza felt that he had made a comeback. He walked briskly into the kitchen and brought out 3 full bowls of dog food. With a smile on his face, he thoughtfully placed the dog food in front of the Tibetan Mastiff, Corgi, and Saishomaru. Saishomaru. He raised his eyes and looked at her quietly. When you were white firewood, you liked the taste of this small and medium-sized dog food. Gyoza was surprised. Even if you have become a human, you are still a demon dog. Saishomaru narrowed his eyes and reached out to fiddle with the dog food particles. He said slowly, "Where is your food?" Saishomaru's words seemed very harmless. "Let's have dinner together." Gyoza was stunned. He was really shocked. Saishomaru, the great master, also had the day to condescend to eat with others? But while he was surprised, Gyoza actually felt happy when he heard this. Perhaps the words, "let's have dinner together," made him feel like he had returned to his home. He quickly showed off his cooking skills and made a few side dishes. He filled a bowl with rice. When he walked out with the food, he saw Saishomaru sitting at the table with a bowl of dog food in front of him. Gyoza couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He didn't expect Saishomaru to look cold, but in fact, he was very warm. He raised a smile and walked toward him. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Saishomaru suddenly reached out and clasped the manifestation on his waist. He gently pushed with his thumb and pulled out a small part of the blade. In an instant, there was a flash of silver light, and the stars moved. The plate full of dog food fell into Gyoza's hands, and the set of sumptuous dishes was transferred to Saishomaru's table. Gyoza lowered his head to look at the dog food, and then looked up at the dishes. His bright smile gradually disappeared. Saishomaru glanced at the dog food and focused on eating with his chopsticks. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The food in his mouth was indeed more delicious. At least, it was much more delicious than the smell on her body. Saishomaru looked at her bandaged hand without batting an eyelid. He sniffed and smelled Conical Zero's scent. Suddenly, the aura around him dropped rapidly, and his face darkened. At that moment, Gyoza put the dog food on the table with a cold face. "You're stealing my food." Saishomaru ate slowly and skillfully changed the topic. "You were bitten by a vampire." Gyoza subconsciously covered his hand. What happened? "I will die." Saishomaru was a man of few words, but it scared Yujioza. Speak clearly. What will die? So many people have been bitten by vampires, and the worst that happened was that they became a vampire. Why are you cursing me to die when it's my turn? Yujioza was not convinced. He felt that Saishomaru was exaggerating. His anger slowly rose, and he wanted to slap the dog food on his face. Saishomaru said coldly, "If you want to die, then throw away the food in your hand." Yujioza didn't understand, but he felt that it was awesome and quietly retracted his hand. Saishomaru was speechless. He had a new understanding of her cowardice. I will dissolve my poison in the food. Saishomaru said seriously, looking very reliable. Eat it for 10 days, and the poison will be cured. Yujioza was speechless. He was silent for a moment and decided to fight for some benefits for himself. Can you dissolve your poison in the food? In any case, let him have a meal. Saishomaru sneered, raised his hand, and dripped the dark green poison into a plate. Almost in the next moment, the plate of green vegetables and the porcelain plate turned into a ball of black residue. Want to eat? Yujioza was speechless. No, he chose the dog food. With a numb face, Yujioza scooped up the dog food with a spoon, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed mechanically. He felt that he had lived too hard and tiring a life. If he was bitten by Saishomaru, he had to get a rabies vaccine. If he was bitten by Conical Zero, he had to eat dog food for 10 days. After Saishomaru finished his meal, he said indifferently, "If you want to find a vampire to pass your time, you can, but if your body leaves their scent." Saishomaru's dark golden eyes fell on the dog food, and his voice was as indifferent as ever. He didn't finish his sentence, but Yujioza understood what he meant. It was rare to see beautiful vampires outside, so he could eat less dog food in the house. Yujioza was speechless. For some reason, he felt like he had fallen into the trap. However. Chapter 177. In Yujioza's mind, life was like a WeChat shake, happiness was like getting a room and having a one-night stand, suffering was like a girl who had removed her makeup, then he reached down and dug for it, and fished out a condor that was bigger than him. Life was so difficult. Why hurt each other? It was good to live a heartless life. It was the end of worrying all day long. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Since the wet nurse was angry, then let him lecture her properly. As a qualified DPS, he couldn't even have this little bit of magnanimity. It was just eating dog food. He wouldn't lose a piece of meat left or right. If the wet nurse was angry, set him free on the battlefield, and he will be short of a life. However, Yujioza felt that the taste of this mouthful of dog food was not bad. Because he was used to being heartless, he did not pay attention to Saishomaru's movements and ate with relish. In the end, he even licked the plate. He revealed a satisfied look. Saishomaru. He was clearly a human. Why was he more like a dog than a dog? Yujioza finished eating dog food. He smacked his lips twice and felt that his tongue had faded out of his bird. He simply went into the kitchen and dug out the remaining dog food. He rolled up his sleeves and made a brand new dish. 15 minutes later, Yujioza carried dog food rice, dog food rolls, dog food cakes, and sat down on the fabric sofa in the room. He even turned on the television and switched to one of the most popular programs in recent times. On the screen, the fat Gilgamesh ran on the treadmill with her dog fur flying. She faced the host's saliva and smelled the stench of sweat all over the place. She flicked her tongue and rolled her eyes, as if she was about to turn into a dead dog in the next second. The golden-haired dog's face revealed the despair of "the world is not worth it," but in the radio broadcast, it turned into the spirit of perseverance and courage to move forward, to lose weight. Yujioza looked deeply at the civilization and was extremely moved. That's great. You've lost a little weight. Finally, you're not grandma's dog. Dogs. Saishomaru. Thinking about the arrogant golden heroic spirit in the illusion, and then looking at the fat middle-aged dog on TV, for some reason, he suddenly lost his desire to eat. What exactly did Gilgamesh encounter to become like this? Yujioza watched the golden retriever's daily life and changed the channel with the remote control. He went straight to the second most popular program recently, Paranormal Incident Log. Needless to say, This was the Kurojo Gakuen Night Division's great ducks. After not seeing them for a long time, they were still as handsome as ever. They had outstanding personalities and loved to pose. Even though they were on the set of a paranormal TV show, they still wore the school uniforms of the nightclub, and their bodies were white and shiny. Yigyoza was slightly stunned and couldn't help but send out the first bullet screen. Aren't they going to change their clothes? Don't tell me you've prepared 365 sets of white uniforms? As he said that, he turned to look at Saishomaru. You too. Ever since I met you, you've never changed your fur. Hey, do you wear underwear? If you don't want to change your clothes, at least change your underwear. Do you think you can wear it for another 2 weeks by flipping it inside out? Saishomaru didn't say anything and just stared at her coldly. One of his hands had already landed on the exploding teeth. Yigyoza, big brother, I was wrong. With your level of wisdom and power, of course you don't wear underwear for convenience. But according to big brother's size, your crotch is like holding an anaconda and 2 Rasengan. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yigyoza's face stiffened, and he forced himself to turn his head. He felt that if he continued to imagine, he wouldn't be able to look at Saishomaru's face. Uncontrollably, his thoughts still went astray, and he turned to look at Chue Xingling's boxers. Boxer briefs. Sure enough, the best way to please a nanny was not to grab his stomach, but to give him boxer briefs? Yigyoza fell into deep thought, and the supernatural show on TV had already begun. It wasn't until the exploration of the abandoned school building began that Yigyoza understood why this show was so popular. It wasn't because of the looks and pretentiousness of the Loladucks that supported the entire show, but this group of so-called aristocrats turns a horror movie into a science movie. 5 minutes after the show started, 2 hours of chaos. Lan Tengying, a young man with a handsome and serious face, stepped into the abandoned classroom. According to the host's narration, 3 students had inexplicably died in this classroom. They sat in the same seat one after another, and each of them died of heart paralysis. And in their medical history, there was no heart-related disease at all. Accompanied by the scary sound effects, Lan Tengying gently put his hand on the desk, his brows tightly knitted. Jikue Chinli bit the candy and asked vaguely, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Lan Tengying nodded, stretched out his hand to pinch a handful of dust, and said curiously, "I've never seen such a dirty desk." The Loladucks. The host had a forced smile on his face and reluctantly continued, "After all, this is a classroom that has been abandoned for a long time. It's said that there are ghosts here, so no one dares to set foot here. Even if there are occasionally bold guys who come in, they don't dare to go near that." Dean Xiao bent down and wiped the desk clean. "This is much more pleasing to the eye." As he said this, he even considerately cleaned the stool. "Invite?" Jia sat down. "Jia, are you tired? This is the only decent stool here. Just make do with it." The host. "This is a supernatural show." "A supernatural show? Dean Xiao, you're not here to fawn over a girl." Jia let out a rare sigh. "All right." She flicked her long hair and slowly sat down. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at the bottom of the table and saw a girl with disheveled hair and a face full of blood staring at her. The girl even opened the corner of her rotten mouth, revealing a person's smile. At this moment, the host's eerie voice sounded. "It's said that as long as you sit on this stool, you will see things that ordinary people can't see." "You don't know? Miss Jia, have you verified this legend?" Without batting an eyelid, Jia raised her long legs and stepped on the girl's face, pressing it down without saying a word. "Indeed," Jiaji said coldly. "From this angle, this desk is still very dirty. I even saw traces of worms." The host. "Why did the production team send this group of people in? Why? They're not cooperating at all. Where's your fear? Where's your lines? Where's the script? Have they all been eaten by dogs?" "If you don't believe me, you can take turns to sit here." Jia stood up and gave the opportunity to everyone. Jia Yuanxiao didn't say much and sat down. However, his legs were too long and he couldn't use them properly, so he simply stretched them and accidentally kicked something out. The girl stared at them angrily and crawled back in a strange posture. Lon Tanging sat down, gently flicked his hand under the table, and formed a piece of ice crystal. The girl lost her balance and slid to the other side, crashing straight into the trash can in the corner. The girl crawled out angrily, roaring and attacking them, its whole body seething with resentment. But it also knew that it should pick on the weaker ones. Facing a group of vampires, it was better to pester the host who didn't know anything. It rolled its eyes and climbed onto the host's shoulder. That chilly feeling climbed up his back. The host scratched his back and turned around, only to see a scary face. The owner of the face even flashed a bright smile at him. The host, he gasped, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. I fainted. Lon Tanging sighed. Looks like we'll have to change the host again. Yes, this is the 7th one. The filming set was instantly in chaos. Only the stick ducks stood calmly on the spot, guiding the humans to move the host to an open space. After the chaos, Jia accompanied a female staff member to go to the toilet. She melted the ceiling with her power and dropped a corpse that had been embedded into the wall for 7 to 8 years. The plot took a series of twists and turns, and in the end, it became the scene of the police solving a case equals. Yi Jioza, who was squatting in front of the TV, was stunned. Although the camera was faithfully following, he still felt it was incredible. From feudal superstition to love of science, from entering science to the rule of law, it only took a few minutes. Even though the stick ducks didn't use their power openly, it wasn't difficult to find strange things if one observed the scene carefully. Especially, in the eyes of humans with spiritual vision, they could indeed see the existence of ghosts. Therefore, the stick ducks' actions could never be hidden from the eyes of some special people. In other words, some human forces would sooner or later touch Kurojo Gakuen. Yi Jioza chewed on the dog food and gradually lost the taste of it. He flipped off the sofa, opened the window, and with a kick, he disappeared. Once again, when she left, she didn't say goodbye, and when she moved, she excluded the people around her. Saishomaru didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and dropped big drops of venom, melting the whole set of tableware and plates into slag. Looking at these dark things, his golden eyes dimmed, and the emotions in his eyes were obscure. What was she going to do? Find that weak and useless vampire? What could that vampire do for her but cause her trouble? Humans were really stupid. Feeling the strong pressure from the humanoid white firewood, the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi looked at each other and decided not to get into trouble. Corgi simply hit the remote control and switched to the news program. However, as soon as he switched, he saw a familiar face. Kimimaro looked at the camera expressionlessly and said coldly, "I'm just a mountaineering enthusiast, not a snow woman, thank you. I wear thin clothes because I'm healthy, and my hair is white because of genetic mutation. As for the dog, my master told me that a real man should walk the dog in the Arctic ice field." It was rare for Kimimaro to say a long string of words, and his face became more and more numb. Yes, to walk the dog in the Arctic. Climbing Mount Fuji is just to get used to the temperature. I'm sorry for scaring the climbers into the hospital, but I'm really not a snow woman. Can you let me go now? I'm very sorry. I don't want to take a photo with you. Why? Well, my master told me not to play with fools. Uchiha Madara, Idagawa Corgi. What kind of thoughts did the owner instill in this child? Yi Jioza dug out the dying Kowloon plum soil from the basement and threw him a villain script that was a full 58 episodes long. Due to the improper distribution of pay, Kowloon plum soil was determined not to accept it. In the end, Yi Jioza picked him up from the ground and fed him a box of digestive tablets, choking plum soil until he was out of breath. Listen, this is a secret medicine unique to the werewolf tribe. If you don't do as I say, you'll die. Kowloon plum soil was so angry that he fell to the ground, but he still bowed to the evil forces and said that he would obediently do as I say. Yi Jioza was very pleased. He patted the fool's head and fed him a blood bag. After he recovered a little, he was released to the Night Tribe and became enemies with Canon Hikarakura. Kowloon Plumsoil's surname was Kalan after all. Without knowing his character, the remaining vampires in the Night Tribe would still be loyal to this surname. After all, although Kowloon Plumsoil wasn't a good person, he was still a genuine pureblood. As expected, after Kowloon Plumsoil went to the Night Tribe, he used various means to gather this force. His actions had completely infuriated Fang Xian, who had been taking every step with caution. In an instant, the two purebloods of the Night Tribe stood against each other. Even if both sides didn't make a move, the Moon Hut would never have a day of peace. At that time, Yijioza returned to his busy life. After Conical Zero recovered, he almost didn't stop to bring him to the office of the Dark Lord, Hui Yin, to receive a group of rather authoritative special people. As he thought, Kurojo Gakuin, a magical place where humans and vampires coexisted peacefully, attracted the attention of humans. They came with the intention to test the waters and didn't want to anger the blood breeds whose strength was unknown. And this buffer period was the best time for both sides to establish trust and a cooperative relationship. Conical Zero maintained the moral bottom line of humans and had the strongest potential. As long as humans weren't blind, they would definitely recognize Conical Zero's status and identity. Because Conical Zero was the best chess piece to contain the blood breeds. The conversation between the two sides was quite smooth. After the guests left Kurojo Gakuin, whether it was the Dark Lord, Hui Yin, or Conical Zero, they both put away their indifferent expressions and their auras became sharp. Zero, have you made up your mind? Yes. Conical Zero looked at Yijioza inexplicably and calmed down a lot. When I have the ability, I want to change some things. I won't live under your wings forever. I don't want any more twins to follow in my footsteps. Let the conflict between the blood breeds and humans end in my hands. Conical Zero stared at Hui Yin with an unwavering determination in his eyes. Even if it's a pureblood who stands in my way, I won't back down. Hui Yin sighed. Zero, you might die. But this was my original intention. Conical Zero pressed his hand on his neck and caressed the complicated patterns. The grudges of the previous generation, the choices of this generation, and the future of the next generation. Let me start anew. I can't undo the past, but at least I can look forward to the future. I also want to see a world without conflict, whether it's humans or vampires. Zhui Shengling suddenly laughed. When I become a pioneer, there will be more people who will have the same belief as me. That will be enough. Father. Hui Yin was stunned and looked up in disbelief. This was the first time he heard Zhui Shengling call him father. It turned out that in Ling's heart, he was already her father. She had clearly acknowledged him, but she had waited 10 years before calling out to him. She was really a child who did not take the initiative enough. Before Conical Zero went to Moon Hut, he hesitated for a long time before finally knocking on Yijioza's closed door. Conical Zero, what's wrong? Why are you looking for me so late at night? Yijioza waved at him and invited him in. Come in. Saishomaru and Kimimaro are here. The four of us can do a double. Zhui Shengling did not enter. His gaze was cast behind her. Saishomaru stood there and stared at him coldly. Conical Zero couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he was the one who was late every time. When he met Master Yuheim, she already had 9 orchid flower. When he met Yijioza, she already had Saishomaru. They were together in the middle of the night. Wasn't this relationship obvious enough? Conical Zero shook his head. He took out a gun from behind him and stuffed it into Yijioza's hand. If I lose control one day, you can kill me. Yijioza was speechless. Holding the gun, he said dryly. You looked for me in the middle of the night just to say this? Conical Zero retorted coldly, for vampires, midnight is just the beginning. Did I say anything when you looked for me in the middle of the night? Yijioza was speechless. What you said makes so much sense that I can't refute you. Right. Zhui Shengling swept his gaze over Saishomaru without batting an eyelid and finally fixed his gaze on Yijioza. One more thing. He suddenly leaned forward and kissed the corner of her forehead as fast as he could. Good night. My girl. Yijioza's eyes widened and he froze on the spot. Saishomaru was stunned and burst out with a murderous aura. Conical Zero smiled. For the first time, he found that the dark night was so beautiful. He fluttered his clothes and disappeared into the thick darkness, sneaking into the dangerous moon hut. Did vampires have an afterlife? Chapter 178. Conical Zero was not an impulsive person. Decades of suffering had flattened his edges, had deprived him of everything. In the countless days and nights that were drowned in hatred, as a child, he did not even have the right to be willful. Would unconditionally tolerate his biological father and mother had long been separated from him by life and death. His twin brother, who had accompanied him since he was born and grew up, was irreconcilable with him because of his enemy. His world was like a splash of ink. It was dyed with endless black. When level after E's bestial nature erupted, it was as if he had stepped into the abyss. He was about to be doomed eternally. Yuheim held his hand tightly. She used all her strength to pull him back from the edge of the cliff. He remembered her, step by step. He tried to get closer to her. Unfortunately, Yuheim's eyes and heart could only accommodate 9 orchid flower. Time and time again, she was troubled, hurt, and disappointed because of the vampire. She was flying towards him, but he stayed where he was. Many times, Conical Zero thought of a possibility. If he hadn't met Igyoza by chance, he might have really stayed where he was for the rest of his life, waiting for Yuheim to return. But fate played a joke on him. Just as he was wandering on the edge of humanity and bestiality, Igyoza appeared in front of him in a hurry and raised his foot. She kicked him into the abyss. Not only did she kick him into the water, he leaped as well. She led him to explore the darkness. She even lit a torch in the darkness, put a lamb chop on it, and even had the mood to sprinkle some cumin ==. She gave him another angle to look at life, and also opened up countless possibilities for his future. However, Conical Zero understood that she was like a gust of wind that passed by his life, blowing away countless haze and bringing him to the exit, but she would not accompany him to the end. She was free, and she should be free. Even if there was a home, it should be a place where she was willing to live. He had sucked her blood, and vampires could see through a person's blood to see through their most obscure thoughts. For example, Yuheim's deep love for 9 orchid flower, and Igyoza's love for Saishomaru. She cared about that man, but she was avoiding something. Since that was the case, he would help her see through her heart. It was a simple goodnight kiss. It was his farewell to her, and his last gift to her. Liking someone caught them off guard. Being impulsive once in a while wasn't a bad thing. After all, if he left tonight, he didn't know if he would be able to return tomorrow. Conical Zero did not wish to involve Igyoza again, but he also believed that as long as he was in the wolf's den, Igyoza would definitely enter the tiger's den. Thus, provoking that man and making him hold her back was the best way. At least tonight, let him go to battle alone. Good night, my girl. Igyoza was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Conical Zero to do this to him before he left. Although Kurojo Gakuen was open-minded and had a European and American attitude, as a Hwasya person, he still retained the most basic modesty. The goodnight kiss wasn't strange. What was strange was Conical Zero's attitude. It wasn't that they hadn't met each other at night, but the goodnight kiss didn't exist at all. Most of the time, the other party would pick up pillows, teacups, pastries, remote control, and throw them at him. So, what was wrong with Conical Zero today? Did he have a fever? Did he burn himself silly? Igyoza raised his hand to wipe his forehead, mumbled something to himself, and then turned around without any pressure. Finally, his nose hit Saishomaru's chest. Fuck you. Igyoza covered his nose and said in a low, muffled voice, "Is the silicone you stuffed into your chest made of steel?" Saishomaru. He knew that Saishomaru's body had the golden ratio, and his chest and abdominal muscles were all perfect, but he didn't know that this guy could be so hard. What was he doing just now, kissing? Saishomaru said in a low voice, staring at her. Are you happy? Subconsciously, the hair on Igyoza's back suddenly stood up. No, he instinctively denied. This is actually a goodnight kiss. It's a kiss between friends at night to say goodbye. It's a kiss that starts with feelings and ends with etiquette. Do you understand? Saishomaru didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to be full of suspicion. After a long while, he opened his thin lips and said slowly, kissing, in the demon world, is equivalent to licking. Only with a mate and a cub will this be done. Did he treat you as a mate? How is that possible? Ichioza was so anxious that he blurted out. A good night kiss is very normal in our human world. Not only do we have a good night kiss, but we also have a morning kiss and even a kiss on the cheek. With such an interruption, Ichioza completely forgot the inexplicable feeling of inexplicability. He turned on the desktop computer in the dormitory and started to explain to Saishomaru. He was really afraid that one day he would meet a foreign girl and she would give him a passionate kiss on the cheek, but in the end, she would be cut off by Saishomaru. He had to admit that Sword Chimiao was right. Finding a nanny was like binding a large vinegar jar. It would flip at any moment, and it was so annoying. Let me tell you, there are many forms of kissing. Treating friends and partners are completely different. Do you see? Yes, this is the picture. A kiss on the cheek. A polite one. Look, this is a morning kiss, and this is a good night kiss. I'm not lying to you. This is just a way for friends to express their feelings. And this French kiss. Oh, fuck. This is awesome. Why is the tongue of the man in the picture so long? Ichioza shook his head and continued. This kind of mouth-to-mouth, exchanging saliva, is a kiss between partners. Saishomaru stood there silently, quietly staring at her hair. As the conversation went further, the Tibetan Mastiff and Corgi, who were originally lying on the balcony, gradually became alert. To be honest, if they put themselves in her shoes, they felt that if their owner continued to talk nonsense, it would be a test of a man's endurance. They suddenly jumped up from the sofa and even moved forward at the same pace. However, halfway through, they saw Saishomaru suddenly turned his head and glanced at them coldly. He swung his long sleeves to cover his waist, and with the fastest speed, he pulled out the manifestation, pouring out an unpredictable power. In an instant, the stars moved. 1 second it was a warm room, and the next second it was a world of ice and snow. Not only them, but also Kimimaro and the dogs, who had just climbed down from Mount Fuji, were completely moved out. The dogs looked at each other in confusion. Another look in a trance. There was a moonlight pouring down, and the silver-haired man in white landed on the ground silently, calmly sizing him up. There was a familiar scent, and there was a hint of fragrance. It was her scent, so weak. He heard Saishomaru's voice, followed by a light blue light. The extremely cold chill suddenly faded, and a warm feeling enveloped his whole body. It was like soaking in the amniotic fluid of a mother, so beautiful that it was like a dream. Why? Save me? He asked in a hoarse voice. If you die, she will remember you. Saishomaru looked down at him. If you live, she will only choose me. Their bloodline was blinded for no reason. He hated them so much that he wanted to dye them black with his own hands. He did it. After years of planning, he killed them, but he also lost the only 2 people who were related to him by blood. Jilanli too never regretted it. As long as he had the chance to wield great power, he would still carry out his ideals. Whether it was humans or vampires, those below the purebloods were all lowly ants. They were all existences that could be killed for fun. Ichioza letting him go was like a tiger returning to the forest, giving him a chance to display his skills. Even if he was fed the so-called lang, it was not a big deal in Kowloon Plumsoil's eyes. There were only 2 fatal spots for vampires. One was the head, and the other was the heart. Other than that, all the injuries on the body would heal with time. Even when his body was crushed by 9 orchid flower, it healed perfectly after a few years. It was just lang. Time would solve everything. And the one thing purebloods did not lack was time. He completely forgot about Ichioza's threat and completely ignored the script of the villain's whitewash. Kowloon Plum Soil's wild nature was unquenchable. He occupied the moon hut just after his return. He even used the level suppression of purebloods to force Level D to donate blood for him. In just 3 nights, he sucked up more than 20 Level D's blood and crushed the powder of their corpses. He controlled his power to seal his own territory, raising the low-level vampires as blood vessels. The world was turned upside down, and there was only darkness. The moon hut was a self-contained small world. If the vampires did not take the initiative to find the director's office, the Black Lord Huiyin would not know what was happening there. 9 Orchid Flower's whereabouts were unknown. Level B was on the set. After losing the protection of the high-level vampires, all Level BD and Level B Level C could only pray that Kowloon Plum Soil would disappear. Another night descended, and another storm of blood and carnage ensued. When Kowloon Plum Soil grabbed a Level B's neck, he did not expect this to be a real vampire hunter. Silver hair, purple eyes, thin lips. It was obvious that he was just a young man. He did not expect the other party to raise his hand and shoot him, directly breaking his hand. Then, the next shot was aimed at his throat. Silver-white hair, purple eyes, scarlet thin lips. It was obvious that he was just a young boy. Unexpectedly, the other party raised his hand and shot him, directly breaking his hand. Then, the next shot was aimed at his throat with unerring accuracy. You are? The person who will kill you. Conical 0. Rumble. The weather suddenly changed. Recently, gloomy winds blew everywhere, as if troubled times had arrived ahead of schedule. Yijioza sat on the sofa and watched the morning news. Unexpectedly, there were 5 pieces of news, and 3 of them were murder cases. Moreover, each murder case was related to the pureblood that had never appeared before. As of today, there were as many as 53 victims. This number was frighteningly high. Yijioza was so shocked that he let go of the remote control and frowned. After a while, he got up and began to pack his equipment. The Black Lord Huiyin and Night Harvest Tin Fangs were very busy. It was said that the elite team from the Hunters Association had encountered the pureblood and had been wiped out. Conical 0 was very busy. This kid had killed 2 of his enemies without any hesitation and stepped forward when the low-level vampires needed help the most. He had gained a lot of prestige in an instant. He was saved from despair. No one would care if he was level BS bloodline, and no one would care how much blood of vampires his hands were stained with. Conical 0 had saved them. With his level DD aptitude, he had withstood Kowloon Plum Soil's orders and attacks, and killed him without giving him any room to breathe. They had followed 9 Orchid Flower, but 9 Orchid Flower had abandoned them. They had followed Kowloon Plum Soil, but Kowloon Plum Soil had wanted to kill them. If that was the case, instead of worshipping a group of purebloods that did not provide protection, it was better to follow a kindred with unlimited potential. Conical 0. Strength, wisdom, and temperament, he had achieved all of them. In the situation where the Moon Hut was without a leader, he was undoubtedly the best manager. And to truly control the Moon Hut, Conical 0 would have to put in a lot of effort. They were really busy. Therefore, he had to rely on his own efforts to find this vampire hiding in Tokyo. However, just as he was about to go out, he found that the phone in his trouser pocket was vibrating crazily. Yijioza flipped open the phone and saw that it was Master Huiyan's number. Chairman? Yuheim is missing. What? Yuheim is missing. Last night. Yijioza was speechless. Master Yuheim was missing last night. But now, it was the morning of the next day. For a girl, one night was extremely dangerous. Are there any clues? Yijioza asked. Do you know how she disappeared? Was she kidnapped, abducted, or... A man wearing a hood. Master Huiyan's voice was full of anxiety. A man, probably someone Yuheim knows. He just waved at her at the end of the street, and she ran after him. A man wearing a hood? An acquaintance. Yijioza gripped the phone tightly and asked again. I've only heard this description in the news. An urban murderous vampire. That's what he looks like. Chapter 180. Black Master Yuheim was a Wonder Woman who held the script of Snow White in her hand, walked the path of Cinderella, and carried the conscience of a mermaid, but forcefully fought out the ending of the female supreme novel. Her life was full of ups and downs. Love and hate were entangled, bloody, revolving around the theme of sad youth literature. She acted in a she loves him, he loves her, and he loves her. Iron Triangle was not a gay drama. Yuheim was the biological daughter of the heavenly Tao. She had a pair of bitter parents who showed off their love to the heavens. She had a bitter brother who lived only for you in this life, and a bitter childhood sweetheart whose meaning in life was all for you. She appeared as an orphan, like an abandoned child of the world, and was instantly filled with sadness. In the end, when fate stripped her vest and put on a cheat for her, she leaped to become a noble, pure-blooded princess, a biological brother on her left hand, and a childhood sweetheart on her right. Unfortunately, the childhood sweetheart of the woman of destiny happened to be the male protagonist that Yijioza favored, Conical Zero. In other words, not only did Yijioza get the script of this world wrong, he also found the wrong protagonist in the script. He not only got the wrong protagonist, but also reversed the gender of the character. Although he knew nothing about the power of fate. Unfortunately, fate also knew nothing about his power. The heroine's love affair flowed out of nowhere, was forcefully transformed by him into a male protagonist upgrade. If it weren't for the Yuheim's inexplicable disappearance, he would probably still be able to cause another wave of death to the vampire race for 8 honors and 8 disgraces. Unfortunately now, finding her was the key. Yijioza did not expect that something would happen to the Yuheim. In his eyes, the Yuheim had always been a kind and energetic girl. Even if she was occasionally impulsive, she would do her best to help. At least, Conical Zero had not grown crooked for 10 years. It was all thanks to her efforts. But she had disappeared. After a night, not only did the kidnapper not call to ask for money, but he also disappeared from the face of the earth. No one could find where he was. Black Lord Hui Yin had no choice but to turn to Yijioza for help. After all, Yijioza was a werewolf. He belonged to a race that did not belong to the vampires, humans, and hunters. With Yijioza taking action, it wouldn't affect too many vital relationships. Yijioza put down his phone and exhaled. He turned his head and looked into the room. Very good, very good. Whether it was Saishomaru or his dog, neither of them were there at the critical moment. Forget it. No matter what, he was the one who let the dogs go first. How could he blame them for not being around now? It was just that they had to use the dog now. Without the help of the dog's nose, who could find Yuheim through her scent? He didn't know where Kimimaro had brought Guzzi to play. Why were they so happy? He didn't even return home. He could only rely on himself. Yijioza broke into Yuheim's dormitory. After apologizing, he opened her closet and took out a set of pajamas. He had to admit that Yuheim was a very conservative girl. Even the style of her pajamas had a traditional style. It was either long sleeves, long pants, or a long dress with straps. None of them were tight on her buttocks. Wasn't it tiring? It's obviously more comfortable to sleep naked, Yijioza thought. He hugged the pajamas and couldn't find the dog anywhere. He had no choice but to go to Tokyo and pull out the listless golden retriever from the studio. He could only locate the golden retriever. So, Gilgamesh didn't know that Yijioza didn't come to save him from suffering, but to drag him into an even more terrifying abyss. Come, Sniff, follow me to find someone. Yijioza bunched up his pajamas and rubbed the golden retriever's head. I'll give you a good meal when you find the person. Gilgamesh was so touched that he wagged his tail, completely abandoning the remaining dignity of the hero king. Heavens, how long had it been since he had a full meal? All he saw were treadmills and treadmills, and the treadmill was even more terrifying than the beauties he had reared in his life. Once he climbed onto its body, he would be forced to move forever until he was squeezed dry of his last drop of value. He lived such a hard life. He missed the mixed meat soup given by his owner, the bowl full of dog food, and the juicy chicken drumsticks. The owner said that he would give him a good meal once he found the person. Instantly, Yuheim's pajamas became a king's treasure in Gilgamesh's eyes. It was a powerful treasure. With a blissful smile, he buried his dog face into the pajamas. Moments later, he faced the warm sunlight and gentle breeze. He spread his thick dog hooves and ran into the distance that symbolized freedom. Gyoza was speechless. He stood rooted to the ground, staring blankly at the golden retriever, holding the pajamas in its mouth and disappearing into the horizon at a speed that no mortal could match. His heart skipped a beat and his mind went blank. He never expected that although the treadmill didn't manage to shake off the dog's flesh, it had trained him to have a pair of fast legs. The golden retriever ran away, ran away, holding Yuheim's pajamas in its mouth. It disappeared right in front of his eyes. Darn dog, where did you go? Come back, come back. After Yuheim woke up, she found herself imprisoned in a desolate castle. The castle was surrounded by tall and dense trees. Thick green creepers hid the mottled traces of time. The shadows left behind were eerie and strange. She had been brought by Senior Jalan to a place she had never been to before. No, that's not right. Why would Senior Jalan bring her here? It was so sudden and unexpected. He didn't even report it to the chairman. It was completely unlike the senior's usual steady style. Yuheim didn't know what to do. She ran off the big bed barefooted and twisted the door handle. Unfortunately, the goddess of the hunt wasn't with her, and she didn't have much strength. Not only would the noise not attract help, but it would also attract unnecessary monsters. Yuheim, what are you doing? A gloomy and deep voice suddenly came from behind her. A pair of pale, slender hands gently placed on her shoulders. My good girl, are you going to leave me? A cold breath entered her ears. This familiar yet strange man hugged her body and laughed in a low voice. Don't. You should stay here for the rest of your life and be my blood vessel. Yuheim's pupils shrank. Fear crawled up her spine like a snake, making her scalp numb. He wasn't Senior Shu. He wasn't. Senior Jalan would never talk to her in such a tone, and he would never joke with her like this. Let me go. Yuheim suddenly exploded and struggled free. Who are you? Who are you? You're wearing Senior Shu's skin, but you dare to say such disgusting words. You've been discovered? The 9-orchid flower laughed. You're more sensitive than I thought, Yuheim. Yuheim took a few steps back and was very cautious, but I don't agree with the word disgusting. It's just the law of the jungle. He explained gently, word by word, like a lover's whisper. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the daughter of luck in this realm. The moment Kowloon plum soil died, the restriction on the 9-orchid flower was completely lifted. He had endless life and an ageless appearance. Apart from the original body that had never appeared, there was nothing in this world that could stop his ambitions. Wealth, status, power, he had it all. The only thing he needed to consider now was to find a good place to raise a batch of blood vessels and wait for the body to die. And Yuheim was the most delicious meal he had chosen. A pureblood, a woman, and a person of luck. As long as he blew her up bit by bit, he could slowly control this world through her. Let me turn you into a vampire. He slowly approached her and summoned darkness to block her retreat. Live forever with me, never grow old or die. No, go away. You can have great power, endless life, and an amazing face. Isn't that good? The 9-orchid flower locked onto her and pulled her into his arms. He smelled the fragrance on her neck. Delicious blood, the best of the best. Let me turn you into a vampire. No, don't. Get out of the way. I can't stop the break. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky and approached at an extremely fast speed. Like a cannonball, it hit the tightly shut window of the castle and rolled on the ground. The 9-orchid flower retracted his fangs and looked behind him coldly. He saw a fat yellow dog vomiting on the ground. A familiar-looking girl's face was pale. After staring at him for 3 seconds, she followed the golden retriever to the corner and vomited crazily. The 9-orchid flower was speechless. Was this body very disgusting? Even the dog vomited. Gyoza vomited violently. He and the golden retriever were dependent on each other. Damn it, you're too fat. I'm not going to carry you anymore. Ugh. Gilgamesh was speechless. You were the one who suddenly picked me up and threw me into the sky. Now you're blaming me for being fat. Do you still remember it? Gyoza held the thermos cup and carefully recalled the cottage, the apartment, the hospital, and the dormitory that were destroyed by the dog. He was so sad that he was about to cry. It's the one that witnessed our past. But now, you're holding her in your arms. You've completely forgotten my existence. The nine-orchid flower was speechless. He was completely dumbfounded. His face was distorted. Even the hand that was strangling Yuheim's neck began to tremble. This woman. I'm asking you, are you hungry? Gyoza flipped his long hair and revealed his slender neck. He lifted the thermos cup and slapped it. Come on, bite me. Quick, don't hesitate. I'm so beautiful. My blood is so fragrant, and my skin is so tender. We're of the same age. Why did you choose Yuheim and not me? Think about it. You bit me, held me hostage, and abused me. If I were to contract Stockholm Syndrome, you would be my heaven, my earth, my mystic crystal, and my motherfucker. What can Yuheim give you? Whatever she can give you, I can give you. I can also give you a tribe of powerful werewolves. Are you blind that you didn't choose me? Come on, bite me. Bite me here. The golden retriever was speechless. He suddenly had the urge to bite her to death. Even the hero king had never seen such an alternative way of exchanging a captive. Gyoza tried his best to portray the image of a passionate woman. Using this naive and sweet lovesick look, he slowly approached the nine-orchid flower inch by inch. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Soon. Senior Julan. Gyoza pinched his throat and called out to him. He successfully realized that the criminal and victim opposite him were shaking their bodies as though they were suffering from epilepsy. He gripped the thermos cup tightly as his eyes were filled with sorrow. In order to make you completely mine, I can only go. Pokeball. In the blink of an eye, Gyoza's eyes turned sharp. His output was completely reliant on his roar. His voice was transmitted faster than his movements. The moment the lion's roar technique was in place, the iron thermos cup transformed into a steel cannon that shot straight at the nine-orchid flower's face. It unscrewed the lid like a pokeball and tilted sideways. The durian juice inside spilled out, and the pungent smell almost made him faint. Now, Gyoza yelled out the classic quotes from countless hot-blooded male protagonists. His morale instantly rose by 100%. He took 3 steps and locked onto the target of the nine-orchid flower. Using the pace of the duo's qigong, he grabbed the opponent's collar and leaped into the air, rose up, and threw the sandbag. With a loud boom, both of them crashed into the ceiling. Yuheim, Gilgamesh. Gyoza screamed and landed miserably on the ground. Coincidentally, he stepped on the round body of the thermos cup. In an instant, he twisted his waist and extended his front legs, doing a perfect split. The moment his butt landed on the ground, Gyoza understood that he had won. He had won completely. This was because the head of the nine-orchid flower that he had brought into the air was stuck in the ceiling. He hung there like a corpse, his 2 long legs swaying, but he couldn't pull his head out. There were many places where it was easy to enter, but hard to get out. Gyoza smiled and stood up with his hands on his waist. He moved below the nine-orchid flower and took off his shoes and socks without a word. He even took out a quill. Gilgamesh. This familiar scene and familiar equipment reminded him of the fear of being brushed by the feather. Look at these feet, they're so handsome. Gyoza suddenly laughed like a crazy person and launched a foot-brushing attack at the nine-orchid flower. Unexpectedly, as the saying goes, the devil rises 10. Nine-orchid pivot finally snapped out of her trance. Without any hesitation, she lifted her body and pressed it against the ceiling. The explosive energy directly shattered the entire ceiling. Countless stone fragments fell from the sky. Yijuza kicked the golden retriever out of the window. He backhandedly used river suppression to cover himself and Yuheim. In the hazy fog, the figure belonging to 9 Orchid Flower slowly expanded. On his back, there seemed to be a dark shadow. It rose bit by bit, meter by meter, expanding. What is that? Yijuza widened his eyes and stared at the figure in the fog. The next moment, he felt a gust of wind sweeping over. The figure opened a pair of black wings and held a black spear in his hand. With a pair of bloodshot eyes, he fiercely thrust his spear. Boom! The place where Yijuza stood was razed to the ground. Yijuza tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and executed his minor lightness art in quick succession. He moved in a zigzag manner and dodged all the attacks. The fog was blown away by the pair of black wings. They wrapped around 9 Orchid Flower like a thick shield. This kind of posture, this kind of ability, Yijuza was on guard. The strings in his brain were very tight. What are you? What do you think? 9 Orchid Flower shook his wings and sneered. Vampires are the descendants of Cain. Cain is the descendant of God. His murderous aura rose at the fastest speed. Why can't a pureblood kill a pureblood? It's obvious that only those with enough pureblood are qualified to awaken the most primitive bloodline. Only gods can execute gods, Roland said. You can't kill me unless you have divinity. 9 Orchid Flower pointed the spear in his hand at Yijuza's throat. Have you thought about how you want to die? Yijuza paused and answered seriously. I choose to die in pleasure. Golden Retriever, Yuheim, 9 Orchid Flower. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.